pleasure to be interacting with all of you. Again, as Sriram mentioned, the biopharmaceutical industry globally as well as locally has responded to COVID-19 crisis, I think with a deep sense of responsibility and a commitment to pool the expertise, adjust priorities, contribute unique know-how and expertise to develop therapeutics and vaccines and manufacture them at scale. And this has been very widely recognized both in India as well as around the globe. For example, AstraZeneca Oxford University collaboration, again along with Serum Institute, Pfizer BioNTech, vaccine, Bharat Biotech's ICMR vaccine, great support from the regulators to fast track approval without compromising on safety and efficacy of the vaccines. I think these are some of the best learning that we had during this crisis period. I think it is important for us that we have to try and sustain the positive momentum that we have gained and, as often said, convert this crisis into an opportunity. This perhaps is the time to reflect and work towards establishing India as a life science R&D hub in the world with the right ecosystem. And I think Sriram alluded to this, in a very, very nice manner, and also compliments to ENY for the excellent paper that was released, last week, The Future is Now. Today we have here an excellent panel of scientists, government representatives, academia and industry represented in the panel. We are looking forward to getting the best out of the panel discussion. I have a few requests, of course, as we go through the panel discussion is please switch off the mobile phones, keep yourself on mute if you're not speaking. A request to be brief at the same time, the context and the content, because we have a very, a good panel of experts here. This will ensure that we are able to capture the views of all participants. And I would like to thank you for, your understanding. May I now request, chair of the morning session on R&D for preliminary remarks by Professor Dr. K. Vijayaraghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, and followed by that, we will also invite Dr. Renu Swarup, Secretary DBT, to share her initial thoughts, and then we move on to the panel discussion. Professor Vijayaraghavan, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anandakrishnan. I must say this is an extraordinary panel, and there is little to say and a lot to listen with this group over here. And also with my co-chair, who's the Secretary of the Department of Biotechnology and has got years of expertise in dealing with this sector, we will have a very strong view from the government. So it's not easy for me to add anything fresh, but let me just try and do that and give a couple of very simple points and hand over to Renu. Now, one issue we must analyze is what the pandemic has pointed out to us globally in terms of how we need to completely restructure our systems in new ways. If we were to have this conversation in 2019, it would be a very different conversation. Today's conversation has to be combined with daring, with content, and a mechanism by which we go forward. All three are needed. First of all, the pandemic has pointed out the importance of investment in early stage research, and that is exemplified in no small measure by the mRNA vaccine. Those of us who have dealt with the vaccine sector for some years know how difficult it was conceptually to find even a modest acceptance of DNA and mRNA vaccines. There were 10 or 100 different reasons given of why they will not work. But the people who have succeeded, and some of them are here, are companies which have taken the daring step because of early stage investment. And it's all very well to say how things are working so well now, but they're working because of what was done 5 years, 10 years earlier. That needs to be done on scale. So we must never forget investment in early stage research in new kinds of approaches, which are better, brighter, and cheaper. That's one component. The second component is thoughtful regulation. Over the last decade or two, globally and nationally, our regulation has become, a system where we conflate precision with accuracy. We have also conflated the time taken for regulatory clearance as if this is wine which improves with age. That doesn't happen. And the pandemic has highlighted how things can go faster without compromising quality. And this is a global issue. We have pushed very hard over the last year, coincidentally, led by people over here in this panel, to streamline the regulatory system. And we must keep in mind that this is a dynamic process. This is not something which you do today and finish. So this must be a relentless, constant process, uncompromising in quality, but also uncompromising in speed and, keeping public interest at mind. So it is not that, by regulating and having more hoops to jump through, things are better. On the practical aspect, this regulatory system requires dramatic changes on the ground, which are afoot. Today, the rules and regulations for dealing with animal research in India are getting better. They will get better even with much higher speed. And the rules and regulations and laws for dealing with our biodiversity laws, which to make them more enabling without compromising on biosecurity, is something which is also. So regulation is the second part which we must dynamically, constantly address with feedback and having the regulator, respected, autonomous, and globally have meet global standards. Then whatever we make will be globally acceptable. Our benchmark should be, our regulator should be robust and be amongst the gold standard global regulators very speedily. The third and final point is risk mitigation. It is true that big pharma all over the world has got enormous capital, but it is sluggish because the investment and response from that is very difficult to predict. And therefore, they have invested substantially in startups and new kinds of ideas all over the world. That is one approach. But they have such enormous capital and such enormous internal R&D that they can afford to take this risk. Our pharma and biotech industry may have capital, but it doesn't have risk capital, and risk mitigation should be a very strong component of what we do. We must proactively connect our huge R&D infrastructure in the DBT laboratories, ICMR, CSIR laboratories, DST laboratories, or universities. This dark fiber must be lit and be available to industry in partnership so that risk mitigation can take place. In addition, we must enable international collaboration so that international collaborators can come here, both academia and industry, and collaborate over here on scale. Finally, we must keep in mind that the biotech and pharma industry is an extraordinary industry which, combined with the personalized assessment of people and their requirements, is going to be transformative as we go ahead. And this, whatever we do here, by the way, will also be relevant to agriculture and animal health. So there are many similar principles. But the very great difference between this sector and, let us say, the jet engine manufacturing sector or the aircraft manufacturing sector is our capability and our ability to do cutting edge at high speed is there. This we must grasp and do at the greatest possible speed. That requires training of people of quality, expanding the footprint of science, and our science agencies are working together to ensure this happens. So we must grasp the nettles now and go forward with great speed, learning from what we have learned over the last year. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Vijayaraghavan. I think that was a wonderful segue into the discussions that we are going to have, for the next 1 hour. But before we go into the panel discussion, may I request Dr. Renu Swaroop, Secretary DBT, to share her thoughts.
Thank you very much, and good morning. This is really wonderful. I think, as Professor Vijayaraghavan said, such an eminent panel. I'm sure you're going to have a wonderful discussion. I liked the title of your panel for Ecosystem for R&D and Innovation, moving up the value chain. Rightly said by Dr. Vijayaraghavan, if we had met sometime in 2019, we would have spoken about how do we invest in R&D and innovation, How do we convince people that this is an important ecosystem that we need to support? And in 2021, we are talking about how we move up the value chain, because we've realized the value of the sector in 2020 when the pandemic struck us. So I think that is really something. It was a challenge, but as we've said, it's been an opportunity for the science, technology, and pharma field to come forward and exhibit the strength that we had been able to put together in the last few years. If within the country we've been able to respond so quickly, and not just within India, globally as well, it's because we had actually been able to create these strong foundations, this robust ecosystem, which very soon came together to be able to respond. But having said that, I think the learning from this is, moving ahead, we have to take this forward, not just as rightly said in an incremental growth manner, but definitely it has to be an exponential growth that moves ahead. Because we have to realize this, with that we do not have to wait for pandemics now to deliver. The pandemic only jerked us out of our niche areas that we were all so comfortably sitting in, to say that move out of these silos, come together, bring in the collaboration, bring in the coordination, bring in the convergence, and deliver together. And that's what we did as a community. And I think the whole scientific community has been able to respond because of this. It's important to understand what really are those key components that we need to focus on. And if you look at the last couple of years, our emphasis has been on the building the very, very strong capacities. And that's really the first vertical that we focused on. And in this, both human resource and infrastructure, I think they were key and critical, because if you're talking about taking risks, moving into newer technology areas, very rightly said, the COVID times has shown us that, whether it's the DNA vaccine, which I'm sure Mr. Pankaj Patel is going to talk about, or the mRNA vaccine, or you're talking about bringing on very quickly, even the diagnostics that we have been able to develop so very quickly within the country, indigenous type, so that we were totally, on imports, and then within less than 3 months, we are not only self-sufficient, we are ready to export now. It's because we had been able to build these capacities of human resource infrastructure, which allowed us to do that. Policies. I think we did have a lot of policy enablers which allowed us to take us through this pandemic phase very quickly. Whether it's the policy of being able to facilitate industry academia partnership, whether it's the policy which the Department of Biotechnology through BIRAC, we've been able to support startups. And I think that was something which was really transformational. Today, in these COVID times, we had more than 1,000 startups coming together to deliver. And we have, I think, nearly about 200 startup-led solutions which are in the market today. Interventions of different types, whether it's PPEs, whether it's ventilators, whether it's masks, whether it's some of your other COVID-related solutions. The startups came forward and delivered because we had a vibrant ecosystem. We had a level of confidence that we had been able to generate between the industry and academia. We keep talking about the mistrust between industry and academia. But why did we get these collaborations that Mr. Anantkrishnan, you just spoke about, even for the vaccine development? You can not bring two partners together unless there have been some earlier conversations which have allowed them to build that level of trust. And I think that level of trust over these last few years we had been able to build, which very quickly got amplified during these COVID times. And I think going forward, this really is a true learning for us that we have to work for. It's an area which we have to understand cannot be done by either any one discipline by itself or any one stakeholder by themselves. You need to have interdisciplinary groups coming together. The whole area of genomics has come out so evidently in this. We do need to have the genomics research. We need to have the data scientists. We need to have our computational biologists, the bioinformatics people. How do you understand these variants today? You understand them because you have these groups coming together. Our assays that we developed so very quickly. We are so proud that we have only one of the 7 CEPI identified laboratories in India, which is running the assays for the immunoassay testing of all vaccines globally. How did we do that? It's because we had been able to build those capacities in which we could set up the centers for translational research. Our Faridabad cluster stood out and did it. the convergence that we're all talking about, whether it's DBT or DST or CSIR or ICMR, today when you see an end product, it doesn't really matter to you which department funded it, which department supported it. That is the true sense in which we have come together, and we hope we'll take it forward as we move ahead. The ecosystem is robust. The ecosystem today has vibrancy in it, it has energy in it. As rightly said by Professor Vijayaraghavan, the regulatory ecosystem has responded. So we have the human resource, we have the infrastructure, we have the regulation, we have the policies to take it forward. I think now it's important for us to see how, as a group, we take it ahead. There's definitely one area which needs thought, and I'm sure all the leaders here are going to talk about it. Investments, risk investment. I think that we are still at a level which we need to sort of move out of that, move into the next level. We have nearly 5,000 biotech startups today. Risk investment is something that we are still struggling to try and see how we can get it. Scalability, we've been able to achieve. How do we achieve sustainability? And I think that sustainability will only come when we can look at these components. We've been able to set up these clusters. We're now looking at setting up Urjit clusters with industries in it. We're looking at setting up technology clusters, which help Startup India to connect with Make in India. But what are those gaps is probably what your panel today will identify. If we do that, there is no reason why we need to wait for a pandemic. I'm sure we can deliver without a pandemic and become the global leaders that we are planning to. So thank you very much for having me here, and good luck for this panel. We look forward to your recommendations as we move ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Eduswarup. You put it together in a wonderful fashion, and some of the key takeaways like how can we collaborate even better than what we are doing now? How can we try and build that trust a little bit more? And on top of it, if we can get a little additional financing, I think India is poised to really take off to the next level. Thank you so much for that. Those interesting, points that you made. Professor Vijayaraghavan, I'm told that you have to leave for some other meeting, and you may not be there. So, sir, I may request you in between to chip in and give some of your comments so that those valuable words of wisdom is not lost out. I hope you don't mind that.
Not at all, but I will stay as long as I can because it's more important that I listen than chip in. But I am in listening mode for sure.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will put my video off, but I'm listening. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much. So we start the topic of the discussion today. We have put it into a couple of buckets so that the discussion can be really meaningful. The first of it is establishing innovation ecosystem. I think Dr. Eduswarup very said that there is already some amount of ecosystem that is there in India. How can we take it up to the next level is something that we are looking at it. And since we have a good representation from the government of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, I would like to ask this question particularly to Jayesh Ranjan from Telangana. We are aware some of the top global innovation clusters. What should a collaborative innovation ecosystem look like in our country, and how can we achieve that? The reason, Mr. Ranjan, I'm asking this is because Telangana has done a lot of work in this particular area. So if you can share that, it will be very useful and for the participants. Over to you, Mr. Ranjan.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, fellow panelists. Good afternoon to the attendees. It's a matter of great honor to be asked to speak in this very distinguished panel and present what is happening at a state level, because while we know that there are great policies and frameworks designed by the national government, but the real action actually happens at the states. And I'm glad that you have singled out Telangana to showcase what we do. So I would like to very quickly make a few points. The first is that life sciences ecosystem has evolved over the last many decades here in Telangana, particularly in and around Hyderabad. All of us would surely know that when the country became independent and when the Prime Minister at that time chose a decentralized model of industrial development led by PSUs. He chose to set up the pharmaceutical PSU in Hyderabad called the IDPL. And subsequently, lots of people who used to work in IDPL or who were associated with it, they decided to become entrepreneurs by themselves, and they set up great industry, lots of pharma units. And that ecosystem has today become very, very expanded. It includes biotech companies. All of you spoke about the vaccine R&D and manufacturing work that is happening in the country. And I'm sure I don't have to tell you that Hyderabad is the epicenter of all that. At least all the indigenous work is happening in Hyderabad. There are other companies outside Hyderabad who are importing technology and knowledge and manufacturing, but the real bottoms up R&D is actually happening in Hyderabad. So just to answer your question, sir, on what it takes to create that ecosystem, I would say three things, and I'll give examples of Hyderabad. So three things are like this. First of all, if the government is serious about creating that ecosystem, it should be reflected in the policy. It should be reflected in our statement so that there is a complete buy-in. See, government, while we speak of government as a homogeneous entity, but we all know that it has multiple verticals, and typically they tend to operate in silos. There is very little buy-in from one vertical to the programs of the other vertical. And if the government is serious about something, your intent has to be very well defined. So our intent has been always to promote the life sciences vertical in a collaborative way, and our life sciences policy, our vision document, everyone speaks of the same. But typically, as we all know about our country, there are great policies, but very little of it gets translated into action. And many people comment about it unfavorably, that the policies read so well, they are printed in nice glossy books, but very little of it translates into action. And if you really dive deep into what are the reasons, why is it that very little of it translates into action? One of the reasons is that no one takes ownership of that. For instance, let us say I'm the industry's principal secretary. If I am told that I have to implement the life sciences collaborative ecosystem development policy, I mean, I may be personally interested, but there would be hundreds of other things which I'll also be focused on, and eventually nothing will happen of it. So one very important requirement is that you develop institutions, or you create institutions which will translate those policies in action. And I would like to give the example of one such institution that we have created, whose direct mandate is to bring all the players together to translate our life sciences policy into action. And this institution, since respected PSA is also there, I would like to highlight it. This is called RICH, the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. This is a one of its kind institution. I don't think any other city in the country had anything like this a while ago, but subsequently, as many of us would know, the PSA's office itself has come up with the city cluster model, and I'm sure 7 other cities, 8 in all, including Hyderabad, will slowly be having RICH equivalents. But we have started RICH 4 years ago, and the logic behind RICH is that there are all kinds of players who are scattered, who do things in their own realm, and there is very little of interface, very little of responsiveness to demand-driven issues. So this platform is the one which brings together all the R&D institutions, both in the government sector, in the private sector, brings the industry, and most importantly, brings startups into the mix. As all of us would know, some of the most transformative work in the last 7-8 years or so is coming from the world of startups. But normally, by themselves, startups will find it very, very difficult to get the doors of an R&D institution open. But because we have RICH now, where everyone is together, and this is the mandate given to RICH to look at opportunities of synergies, collaboration, etc. Some very fascinating work is happening. In fact, we all speak very highly about the co-vaccine developed by Bharat Biotech, but many of you may not know that some very important molecule, which is at the heart of this co-vaccine, has been developed by the Indian Institute of Chemical Technologies, IICT. And a couple of startups have also participated in that endeavor. So all this today works because of RICH. And the last point, Mr. Anand Krishnan, is that you may have great policy, you may create institutions, but who are the people who are going to run this institution? So in the government, we also typically are short-sighted, and we somehow are led into this belief that the entire wisdom lies within the government. But in Telangana, we are right on from day one. We are very clear that this is a myth, And there is much more talent which is available outside the government, much more wisdom which is outside the government, and the responsibility is to bring the talent within the government. So every person who works for Rich, including its Director General, all the staff members, they are all recruited into the government from the private sector based on their abilities, based on their merit, and they're doing a fantastic job. So this is the model that I wanted to share about Telangana's success in bringing that collaborative approach to ecosystem development.
Thanks, Mr. Ranjan. Really appreciate all the great work that is being done in Telangana. I would like to also get a perspective from Mr. Karekal Vallavan, because they are also doing something interesting in Andhra. My request is that if one could limit the conversation to about 2 minutes, then we will get a much wider views from across all the panelists. Over to you, Mr. Vallavan. Are you there, Mr. Karekal Vallavan?
KG, he has not yet joined. We can move to the next speaker.
I saw him. Okay. Then let me just, ask a question, because we heard from, Jayesh Ranjan, the interesting stuff that is being done. I would like to particularly request Pankaj Bhai and Glenn Saldana, what should be industry's role in participating and strengthening the ecosystem? Because I think Telangana has shared some very interesting stuff. Any thoughts from you, Pankaj Bhai? Pankaj Bhai, you're on mute.
Thank you, KG, and greetings to all the panelists. So, in fact, KG, I was fortunate to lead a group of people coming from different part of the government, including the different research laboratories and industry representatives, to write a report on the whole innovation ecosystem. And we identified 5 important parameters which are important to develop a very strong and robust ecosystem for India. And there we are basically talking about the most important part, which of course Professor Vijay Raghavan also talked about, is a seamless, efficient, timely regulatory system. And I think a lot of work has been done by Professor Vijay Raghavan and so many other committees. And I believe that, as we discussed in the first day, that there are some things are going to happen in the process to streamline the ecosystem. So for the regulation perspective. The second important part is a funding support. And I think the funding support is one thing which is missing. So I think there could be angel investors for some of these small startup, but most of the things, the risk capital, which is generally required, would always be available from a VC kind of a situation. And if we want to get into this VC, we need to really find out how innovatively we can help VC to come and to India and do it. And I think it'll be good to study some of the initiatives which was done in countries like US, Europe, and even in China and Japan, to really find out how they brought in the VCs. Today, if you see the US ecosystem of R&D, or even European or even Chinese, a lot of fund comes from the VC. And that is one area where risk capital has to come from there. Now, the problem with the risk capital is that they would be looking at a much higher return than comparatively the return what you get normally. And that's why one need to really also figure out, how do we incentivize research? How do we give them the right price to sell their product so that they can actually make reasonable returns? Otherwise, I believe that will be a fundamental requirement. Otherwise, research ecosystems cannot full-fledged develop in India. The next point, of course, is also highlighted is academy-industry collaboration. I think one need to really think about, I think Rich is a good idea to start with, but I think we need to really involve the government and public sector labs, including the defense research organizations and other people, to get into these healthcare related research areas. And I think they have a lot of facility and a lot of capability. Question is, how can they be made responsible for doing the work in a time bound manner? And I think we need to really figure out how we can do it. We have some suggestions. I would not get into details, but that's another important point. Policy landscape is the fourth point, which is important, and policy landscape will always be very important, because unless we have a policy which is conducive to research, it's going to become very difficult to create an innovative ecosystem in India. So I think one is policy, and I think Sri Jayesh Ranjan also mentioned about it. You know, apart from policy, it is going to be very important. They are implemented with the same spirit with which the policy is done. The government is trying to do something in this area, and I believe that recent budget also there was an announcement of a 50,000 crore rupees for developing the R&D thing. I think we need a specific fund with respect to doing research in pharmaceuticals, and we need to use this fund to really fund the things to happen in future. And of course, the high quality infrastructure is very important, and I think the hubs which are there already in India, where already government labs are there, industry is there. If we create a specialized hubs there, which can work together to develop, get more output, will be very easy. I think end of it, what is important, and my bottom line suggestion is we need to create a national pharmaceutical research council. This council would have under their thing all the different labs in the government sector to work for pharmaceutical research. And this council should have industry representatives to really bring in the kind of interaction which should happen. And I think that council also should take care of everything for that. And I don't know which government will do it, which part of the government will do it, what will be the name of that council. But National Research Council for Pharmaceutical is the need of the hour, because that would actually create ways to create a lot of ecosystems around that. So I think that's broadly, I would say, KG.
Thanks, Pankaj. I think it was very interesting to see, encompassing these 5 areas that you enumerated. Glenn, you are deeply again into research in a big way, both in India as well as overseas. Could we request you to share your thoughts on this research ecosystem?
Sure. Good morning, KG. Good morning, fellow panelists. So I've been running Glenmark 20 years now, and I think during these 20 years, we've been one of the biggest believers in innovation. Today we're about 11,000, 12,000 crores in turnover. But I think all through this journey, we've always believed innovation is the heart of what we do. We've done innovation in both small molecules and biologics. In the early years, we did various partnerships with Big Pharma. We've done licensing deals with Forest, Teijin, Merck, Lilly, 2 with Sanofi, where we partnered our own intellectual property with global companies. And, we did this till 2012, 2013. Thereafter, we started building our own innovation capabilities. We bought a novel molecule, remogliflozin and SGLT2, for the first time in the world to India. And of course, Favipiravir and Fabiflu was one of our creations during the COVID time. So I think we've done a tremendous amount of work in innovation. And even today, we do globally. We have a group in the US and Switzerland that works on novel biologics. We have groups in India which work on small molecule innovation. And, we have probably about 500-600 scientists around the world who are working exclusively on innovation. So I think from a qualification perspective, we clearly are among the pioneers of innovation among the Indian companies. During this journey, I think a lot of what we've done has been self-funded, has been driven internally. And I think in the early years, the government used to give R&D incentives. I think even that has been discontinued now. So I think as a country, we have a lot to demonstrate in terms of our intent, in terms of actually being serious about innovation, if we want to create a global ecosystem. So one is, of course, the intent by way of funding. Pankaj Bhai covered a lot of points on policy, on regulatory systems, and various other systems. But I think the intent of the government, particularly to fund innovation, is going to be very important. there are so many startups in India trying to establish themselves, trying to get seed capital to get going. And also VCs, it would be great to have VCs, but frankly, the way VCs look at innovation, they look at, whether they invest in India or they invest in the US or they invest in Europe, they are indifferent. They would go for the highest level of innovation and the best quality of innovation. So I think before we can get VC funding, there has to be some kind of a transition to move from where we are today to actually um, developing world-class innovation to then bring in VCs who can then come in and invest. If you see countries like China, they've done a lot of work over the last decade or 2 decades in promoting innovation, and a lot of it has been done by actually their local industry, allowing companies locally to innovate and providing them incentives to innovate, as well as making sure they're able to sell products at a price in their local markets, which can thereby help them fund their innovation and grow through innovation. So I think that transformation, if India can go through over the next decade, will be huge. Where I think if the government can help industry innovate and build an innovation ecosystem, also provide, today we have NPPA and various regulatory bodies which are counterintuitive to the innovation because, frankly, they are controlling price. But honestly, if there was an innovation opportunity, innovative product, some of these bodies could give a differential pricing and allow companies to charge a higher price for a truly novel product. So I think the whole ecosystem has to go through a major transition for us to be globally innovative and to be successful at a global stage. So there is a lot of work for us ahead of us as an industry and as government if we really want to be a world-class innovative destination. And I think there is a lot of smart minds, eager minds, lots of startups, lots of aspirations from small startups to create something which is globally competitive. They need a lot of incentives and a lot of nurturing so that they can eventually get there. So these are some of the comments I have, Anand. I'm happy to jump into any discussion if you think necessary. Thank you very much.
Well, we will certainly be seeking your inputs on several subjects that we are going to be covering. But you brought in some very interesting stuff, which is moving into the academic space, Glenn. And I have a question particularly for Dr. R.K. Goyal and Dr. Arvind Bansal, and that is, sir, what steps should be taken to develop? Because we do talk about talent base, but there is something that needs to be done a lot more. May I request Dr. R.K. Goyal to share his thoughts? What is it that can be done?
Thank you very much for giving me the chance. Thanks, Picky. Thanks, the Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers and DBT. As rightly pointed out by Dr. Renu Sharoop, that the ecosystem is there. There's no question with the number of startups. But what is needed, as mentioned by Sriram, is the breakthrough research. Well, I would like to share that at our university, we have developed a formulation which will be directly targeting ACE2, and it's going to be much more than what we thought, and like antiviral or anything like that. It is not of that type. So it will be coming, and we are coming out with the precision medicine. Now, I have a fortune to go in various parts of the world, including Harvard, Rochester, and there the clusters I have seen, the clusters of Canada, University of Toronto, and others. And what is needed, the coming to the straight question, that how to strengthen that R&D. So for that, I would like to mention a few things. Like what I saw there and what we see here, the tie-up between the two, industry and academics, is not as high as it is there. I know Pankaj Bhai is here and he has seen, we have seen, for last 40 years, I've seen the yes, cartilage iodines and MCP has been very much tied up, and they are still continuing the efforts. What has come out in India is out of the in-house R&D, but the R&D at the academics is relatively poorer. There are many reasons. Dr. Vijay Raghavan was one of the instrumental in MSU when I was the vice chancellor. I could see the establishment of Center in Molecular Biology there. See, these are the few steps, and then Sun Pharma, and now they are getting the benefit. So, what is the problem? Yes, that National Pharmacy Research Council, it should be a cluster of different disciplines. Disciplines, not just the pharmacy, but medical colleges of medicine to biotechnology, basic sciences to veterinary, and even if I to go with the Ayush, one of the challenges is getting the raw materials, agriculture also. So the concept of NEP, National Education Policy 2020, has to be seen in that spirit. Not that we are teaching the humanities and other, no. The related to drug discovery, different disciplines have to come together and not working in silos. This is one. And strengthening in the R&D, if I come, yes, these are the training centers, some of the premier institutions. But if I talk biotechnology, beyond PCR also, even the PCR, whether it is being learned or being taught to the student directly, answer is no. They all go and learn in the industries or outside the world. This is a ground reality. So my suggestion is that can we strengthen the existing R&D, number one, bring the clusters of that. Like AICT has the ModROPS program, modernization and removal of obsolescence. Can we have this type of thing in the currently available institutions or universities, and then go and have the clusters? Like here, we have decided to have precision medicine center. I wish that that same NGS has to be used by the PG students and even UG student. It will be used, not like a something it cannot be touched. So this is what is my first suggestion. If we really want to come through the breakthrough research, this will definitely bring the breakthrough research. Second thing is that yes, Ajay, I've already told, the NEP has to be redefined. I would like to say rather deregulate the education itself. There is a lot of regulations in the education. We have got, I'm not talking the regulation of the Drug Regulatory Authority. They are doing fantastic job. I hope that same thing comes in our Indian system in the education also. This is what is another thing which will be my suggestion with respect to that. And accordingly, the finances can be redefined. These are my straight suggestions. Thank you very much. I hope finished in 2 minutes only.
Thanks, Dr. Goyal. Really appreciate. Dr. Arvind Bansal, can we share your thoughts?
Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity in front of this August gathering. I had worked with the pharmaceutical industry before moving into academia, which had provided me a 360-degree view of what is required by the industry and what needs to be done at the academia to meet those needs. Now, this part of my discussion would only be restricted to the human resource component, which I believe is one of the most important aspects of the entire R&D ecosystem. And as we know, in the pharmaceutical industry, which is a knowledge-driven industry, the skill set is a moving target. Each year we require new types of skill sets because of the changing technology, because of the changing regulatory scenario, and because of the IPR frameworks. So there are two key words that we need to ensure whenever we are trying to create a talent pool for the pharmaceutical industry. Whatever students are taught needs to be industry relevant, so that they become industry ready once they graduate out of the school. And to do that, obviously, there is a need for people who can teach them industrially relevant stuff. So there comes the problem, because most of the academicians have neither worked in the industry, nor they have a very strong interaction with the industry to understand the needs of the industry. So that's where I think we need to nail down the aspect. We need to involve the industry right from the beginning in conceptualization of the courses, in delivery of the courses by involving them as adjunct faculty or guest faculty members, and to carry out the projects, if possible, at the industry sites, so that whatever the students are learning is relevant to the industry. My last suggestion would be that in Europe, they have a very strong model where the postgraduate students, for postgraduate students, it is mandatory to have an internship of 3 to 6 months. At least for the premier institutions like NIPERS or other CSIR lab, this should be made mandatory that their research project, it must be, not should, it must be done by way of industry internship, so that the mutual understanding starts building up and we have a pool of manpower which is ready for the industry when they come out of the college. Thank you very much. Sir, you are on mute.
Sorry. I think thanks, Professor Bansal. Both Dr. Goyal and Dr. Bansal shared a very good perspective from the academia point of view. I have a question now to the industry. How do we increase the industry academia collaboration on research or innovation across the R&D life cycle and developing the right talent? Because we did hear from Professor Bansal that there is very limited interaction that is happening. Is there something that the industry can do? And I would request Dr. Mahesh Balgat to share some thoughts, and then maybe I'll again request Glenn Saldana to share his thoughts as well.
Thank you, KG. Thanks a lot, and really delighted to be on this panel. Before I dive into that very specific question, I want to emphasize a couple more components of the ecosystem that we are talking about, because I think what DBT Secretary Dr. Renu Sarup has done is set the stage very well to say, look, we have many of the components of the ecosystem. What I wanted to do is just take a look at, as we talk about moving up the value chain, we are moving from volume to value. We are getting out of our comfort zone, and that's going to require us to do things a little differently. And I wanted to call out 5 components of those enablers, and one of those is the specific one that you're referring to, KG, that I'll address. One is risk-sharing investment. So there's enough talked about that framework needs to be there. The second is the human resources and the talent, and I think there we have a lot of opportunity to not just bring in the industry academia collaboration, but also recognize that within India, we have the unique opportunity to also bring in a lot more data sciences and cross collaboration across industries. What does that mean? We today, as a pharmaceutical industry, we are actually quite poor in implementation of IT solutions, in implementation of data solutions and data sciences. And that's the other opportunity that we need to drive as a component of bringing in academia, industry, IT, pharma, all of these as enablers together. Third one is the regulatory framework and innovation. And I think there we need to be much more focused. So we've seen a lot of innovation in our regulatory framework, which is why we were able to get vaccines, we were able to get medicines approved in a short time frame. And that now needs to be the norm based on certain areas of capability or certain focused areas that we want to dive into. Let's say it's mRNAs, let's say it's precision medicine, let's say it's cell line developments, so that we can come up with systems where we have confidence in our data and also manage the intellectual property associated with it. The fourth one then is the government emphasis and visibility on R&D. And I'm calling it that is sort of, as we need to look at creating sort of an R&D barometer. Right, this is something that will help us put India on the map of R&D, put India on the map of innovation. And this can be on the basis of how R&D clusters, how innovative clusters around the world are recognized. And there are 5 or 6 parameters of that which are important. One is funding from government agencies. In the US, it's NIH. In India, it could perhaps be NRF, as we talked about 50,000 crores that was just allocated. The number of scientists growing who are doing this sort of work. Number of industry academia projects that are growing are going to bring in that connect of how do we bring industry and academia together. The number of relevant patents that were approved, the amount of VC funding, and the last one would be number of square feet of space that was allocated to R&D. If we start to create such a barometer and we show that we are continuously progressing, it will really put India through the government's eyes on the map worldwide. And the last one in that is building an ecosystem through leveraging experience. And where leveraging experience comes in, I think India has the unique opportunity to look at another collaboration that's happening very importantly. A lot of the Indian CROs and CDMOs, such as Syngene, are actually working with worldwide organizations and doing end-to-end discovery, development, manufacturing for those companies, which means in India, we're actually doing end-to-end innovation, which is giving us the confidence to say, look, this is something that's done in India, which is made in India. And today it's being done for supporting the world. Now we internalize that and make that happen worldwide. So for example, in Syngene, we've actually supported 2 FDA drugs that are undergoing now phase 3 clinical trials. We've contributed to an FDA priority review. Syngene has been the co-inventor on about 400 patents, 54 of which were assignments done in 2020 alone. I don't want to go on and on with that particular story, but what I do want to emphasize is that we have many of these components of the ecosystem that we now need to also bring in further. And then the last bit, coming back to the human resources talent, is fundamental to all of this, which is where we need to look at incentivizing talent movement, which is where we need to look at bringing in projects, not just from the Indian universities and not just the Indian academia or Indian industry, but also through the same worldwide partner network, so that we start to look at this more globally and learn from those influences as well. I'll stop there in the interest of keeping it within 2 minutes, but happy to add.
Thanks, Dr. Mahesh. I really appreciate that. Mr. Glenn Saldana, you have some quick thoughts to share on that? How can we try and increase academia industry collaboration?
Question, may I interrupt briefly? This is Vijay Raghavan. Sorry, Glenn. I have to leave now, but I've been really following and I'll catch up with you later on.
Sure.
Certainly, sir. Do you have any final thoughts, sir?
You know, the critical aspect is really about R&D investment. And no matter how much the government invests, that is not going to be sufficient for what we want to do. But if the government invests in partnership with funds, the banking system and with industry in a thoughtful manner, along the lines of what Pankaj Bhai proposed, we can really go very far.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I think that's a very fundamental thing that we need to really address, which is the funding of the research. Thank you so much. So getting back to our this one, Glenn, so do you have any quick suggestions on increasing academia industry collaboration?
I think, I mean, my only point is, if you look at academia, right, worldwide, I mean, typically academia contributes significantly to innovation by coming up with new drug targets, coming up with new technologies, setting up filing patents, setting up incubators, and that makes it really attractive for industry to go to academia and partner closely with academia. So I think in India, my recommendation would be, we have to really improve the quality of research coming out of academia to facilitate these collaborations and to make it exciting for industry to go to academia and do these collaborations. The only other point I have, KG, is speed is critical, right? In people think of drug discovery and innovation as a long gestation period, but actually you'll be surprised as to how fast companies are working around the world in developing products and technologies, right, to try and bring them to market as soon as possible. So I think the speed of innovation and academia, if they move faster on some of these things, will really be a huge impetus for industry to partner with academia. Other points are all covered by my other panelists, right? Between, I think, Dr. Mahesh, Pankaj Bhai, they've covered a lot on industry academia partnerships.
Thanks, Glenn. I think very, very important. In fact, I would like to now switch gear a little bit and really involve some government thoughts on it. I'd like to request Rajneesh Tingle. The question is that many industry leaders believe that our existing research infrastructure and budget can be focused on specific healthcare innovation priorities, for achieving better efficiencies, better collaboration, better productivity. What are your views, sir, on government and industry's next step to achieve this? How should we go about, and what are your thoughts as a key person from the Department of Pharmaceuticals? Sir, you're on mute.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's my privilege to be part of this esteemed panel. I like to be quite brief, being the organizer of this conference. So we'll be more like to be in the listening and the learning mode. This pharma research at the government level is also spread over various ministries, department, and agencies, be it DST, DBT, health research. So first focus should be that at least this research there should be unison at the central level. One of the work allocated to department is about promotion and coordination of pharma research. So we have set up a council, an interdepartmental council, to at least just to ensure there's the optimum utilization of the resources, there's no overlapping of the funds or the duplication of the efforts. This is one effort at the government level. And as Dr. Pankaj Patel in his initial remark did say, we also were of the view that from shifting from generic drug to the next higher level of the drug discovery, R&D innovation is the prime focus. There should be prime focus thereon. So the department had constituted during the pandemic period a high-level interdepartmental committee which had members of at the secretary level of all the departments involved in pharma research. We have a principal scientific advisor to Niti Aayog too, and the committee did a wonderful job. And in a very short period, they did form some few subcommittees, and the core committee was headed by Dr. Pankaj Patel ji, and he did mention that the committee did make recommendations on enabling the regulatory landscape, providing robust funding support, strong industry academy linkage, favorable policy landscape, and to provide high quality infrastructure. On the basis of the recommendations of the committee, the department is in collaboration with the Niti Aayog and with Invest India, we are in the process of formulating a policy and will be shortly having stakeholder consultation. So this is one part of the policy front. And about the focus area, the research and innovation focus area you were referring to, basically we department as R&D wing, we have the NIPAs. We do have the NIPAs. These are presently 7 NIPAs at various parts of the country are conducting high-end research in various specializations of pharma and medical devices. These are institutes of national importance, and of course it has taken time, but now we have provided sufficient infrastructure, funding support, as well as permanent faculty too. These NIPAs now basically their board of governors. We do really understand the need of industry collaboration. So even the board of governor of 2 NIPAs are headed by the industry doyens. One, Dr. Satish Reddy is heading the board of governor of NIPA Hyderabad, and Dr. Patel is at NIPA Ahmedabad. Even industry representation is at various other committees also. And we basically, you are saying is right, that basically the research should be industry oriented. So we really understand the course curriculum need to be revised as per the need of the industry, and this is being done. And basically, for deciding research areas, basically we feel that one NIPA should concentrate on a specific area, and also industry should work in collaboration with the NIPAs. So we also seeking help of industry in maybe setting up industry chairs, setting up centers for incubation and entrepreneur development, maybe providing placement and on-job training. So these are my initial thoughts. Maybe we can continue after that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Rajesh Tingal. Pankaj bhai, having done a lot of work in this particular area, sir, do you have any specific suggestions, how we can try and collaborate better in this, research infrastructure, whether it is budget to be focused on specific healthcare innovation priorities? What are your views, sir, on that?
Yeah, thank you. So I think there are a few things I would like to basically highlight. So I think our pharmaceutical training and development has been mainly focused on manufacturing and development of clinical formulations, but not really doing complete innovative research in a big way. So I think one need to think about that. How do we create specialized program into the innovation area? And if I see today, there is the standard course of NIPER, which gives a basic degree, is good enough. But I think we need to develop postgraduate and additional programs which can focus on specific areas. So if you look at from a research perspective, whether we can have specific programs on the technology part, which is basically either in silico development, in silico testing, use of artificial intelligence. It can be in the area of the whole of the PKPD or ADME studies. It could be in the area of all the biological areas, including the pharmacology, specialized programs, which will basically create people to understand and actually provide manpower for doing research. Also will be in the area of the whole recombinant biotechnology area, where one need to really think about identifying newer targets or using the known targets to develop novel biologics, etc. And of course, the other areas of product development, the whole area of clinical development, which is again a weak area as far as I understand, and we need to really strengthen that whole thing. People also need to basically develop specialized program on statistical analysis, which is going to become more and more important as we go ahead. So the NIPER should actually focus on developing specialized programs post graduation to actually create specialized workforce into this area. And again, not all NIPER should do everything, but between the NIPERs, it can be divided these different areas. The other areas which I see NIPER can do is basically creating a kind of incubation centers where people can set up their own labs in the NIPER campus and use the sophisticated equipment available in NIPER to do that. NIPER can also start doing some kind of service-based thing where some specialized analysis can be done at NIPER. One NIPER can think of getting excellence into only an animal model. One other NIPER can only think about doing something about the study, which is when the drug approval happens. One has to do drug interaction studies or things like that, or some specialized studies like in the area of toxicity, they can develop specialized. So all of the NIPER should take up some special things, which then can work with industry or within themselves to provide a national support system for doing this. But I think, KG, the most important part is accountability. And I think what one need to do is that when a NIPER is given this responsibility, there has to be some system by which they become accountable. Because industry will be very willing to work with all of them. But when I do the program, would I get the results in time? If they don't give, what happens? And I think we need to find out the same way as the taxation system works, something in this area also, that these NIPERs or any other research institute should also have some accountability when they collaborate with industry to build a confidence that yes, I'm going there and I'm going to get the work. I also know success may not happen, but data generation becomes very important, and timely data generation only can boost research. So I think these are the few points I have in mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Pankaj. Just one thought that I had was that, unfortunately today, I think many of these institutions are not really trying to monetize the assets because a lot of work is being done, but it's not getting monetized. Is there some way that industry and the NIPERs or the academic institutions can work towards monetizing some of these assets, and will that accelerate the type of research that's going on, and will it bring in a much different focus? Some thoughts, Pankaj bhai?
So KG, I think in US, they got this Bayh-Dole Act. And I think India is also thinking of, or is in the process of creating a version of a thing wherein the scientists working at the universities or NIPER can themselves start up a company while continue working in the research institute. Based on the innovation they do, they can create a separate companies, and through that they can do it. And then of course the university and institute will have some equity freely given into the new entity so that they can get reward later on. But I think this is something which is we have to encourage more. And I believe that there are very good scientists at all these institutes, and they can actually come out with many things once you do it. But again, they would need funding support. And I think funding becomes an important part if we want to make it successful.
Thanks, Pankaj. I will now request Sriram, to take the next section. Sriram, over to you.
Thanks, KG. I think excellent points. And one of the things I want to kind of emphasize a little bit about is this entire thing around expediting R&D capabilities. I think we've witnessed during this entire COVID period how collaborative efforts of all stakeholder groups led to the crashing of those R&D timelines for drugs and vaccines. And I'm particularly looking at you, Dr. Anil Kukreja, given AstraZeneca was one of the first off the block with its vaccine. So what are some of the learnings and the best practices that have enabled this expedited development and launch? And what are these technologies that the industry is now focusing on to making this R&D faster and more cost effective? And is this only going to happen when there's a pandemic, or have we learned enough lessons to kind of make it almost the way of life for the future? So your thoughts, Dr. Kukreja.
Yeah, thanks, Vicky, and thanks, Sriram, for this excellent question. And I think there has been a lot of discussion and pointers from eminent panelists and experts also on that there are a lot of learnings from this pandemic. And I think those learnings needs to be nurtured. And I think we should create a kind of a concept paper that what kind of learnings we need to continue forwarding, because there are definitely a good amount of learnings. Now, I can cite some examples where multiple companies and academia like Cambridge University is coming together and developing a diagnostic methodology for diagnosing the COVID infection. I think that came across together. In fact, that's a very good example of multiple industries and academia coming together. Now, second good example is that how do we leverage and nurture the capabilities which are existing across the world to provide a fair and equitable access to the innovation which you are creating. And of course, again, Oxford University and AstraZeneca coming together, then AstraZeneca and Oxford University together taking the already legacy relationship which existed between the Oxford and Serum Institute of India and making a collaboration. And not only this, but expanding to across the world wherever the capabilities, research capabilities are existing, transferring the technology, ensuring that we have the innovation which is accessible in a fair, equitable manner across the world. And I think, according to me, this is a very classical example where we can learn a lot of things from us to see, one, how can academia and industry come together for unmet needs which exist in different geographies, different countries, or even across the world also. Because we are talking about, although yes, there is a huge mortality which COVID-19 has caused in a short while, but there are many patients who are dying because of many other diseases also. So why not we consider this kind of a collaboration, this kind of a partnerships, and this kind of a, again, all the stakeholders came together, regulators came together. There is a rolling submission and a real-time review by experts even in the regulator's office. And I'm not talking about regulators only in India, I'm talking about the regulators across the world. So that's something which is a good practice. All the e-submissions which are happening. So these are very good practices which we should carry it forward, because then we will be able to proactively not only review, but also have the expert comments right there and there itself during the development, so that we really look at the data. And in fact, just to give an example of a rolling review which has happened and looking at the data in detail, actually initially, which was the plan, Now, if you look at the recommendation is the second dose to be taken from 4 to 12 weeks because the data suggested that and data proved that, and it is there available in the Lancet publications. So I think it's very important to really look at how the evolving data, and somebody rightly mentioned it's a question of that, do we really have that mindset and also look at the capabilities across the stakeholders and see that how each stakeholder's inputs are really taken into consideration, and have a scientific approach uh, to come with the recommendations and have a agility even in terms of a regulatory review, in terms of even conduct of the studies, and be transparent in what we are doing and from across the stakeholders. I think those are some important learnings which we should definitely carry it forward even during the post pandemic world as well. And we should start thinking, because I really am proud of that we are talking about post pandemic, because I'm sure with the kind of vaccine we have, and so many players are coming and contributing, and I really salute efforts from all the Indian companies also coming forward and really contributing to the fight against pandemic. This is an example by itself that Indian companies are respected across the world now. So this is the, and rightly, I think the theme of this conference is future is now. In fact, this is the right opportunity for all of us to really see and showcase and demonstrate to the world that India has the capabilities. Now imagine that the global clinical trials, we are only participating in 2 to 3% of the global clinical trials. And the burden of disease and the patient population we have is close to 15 to 20%. So why not? There is a huge opportunity for us to jump in terms of a number of global clinical trials. Can this happen immediately? Of course it can happen. There is a need for collaboration within the academic institutes also. Within the institutes, within the medical college, are the clinical departments collaborating very well with the other paraclinical departments? And I think that's the opportunity. According to me, there is a huge opportunity where the teams can come together and contributing in really delivering a quality data, because clinicians will not have time looking at the number of clinical trials we have. So we need, the clinicians have to create a center of excellence in each and every department. So there is a need for each and every department to act as a center of excellence. And for that, the mindset is required. People coming together is required. And this pandemic has shown that way. In this pandemic, we have seen the ophthalmologists treating the infectious disease. We have seen the residents of across the departments taking care of the COVID-19 patients. So why not we create those center of excellence in a way which actually contributes in delivering the right quality data in global clinical trials, in local clinical trials, and also in academic clinical research. And I think that will be a fundamental foundation for innovation to really progress to the next level.
Thanks, Anil. I think very important points. I also want to call upon Dr. Manoj Saxena, if you could talk about some of the lessons learned. And I do know we're running out of time, Smriti. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. We've got just about 10 minutes to conclude the session, Shriram. Let's just limit the points to a minute each.
Sure.
Cover the financing as well. Yeah.
Sure,
Thank
Smriti.
you.
Greetings, and delighted to participate. Also hear from eminent panelists. I'll keep it short. I think a lot have been said. Expediting R&D, I think there are a couple of things. One is definitely incentivizing, from Pankaj Bhai to Mr. Saldana to, I think, everybody on the panel has been. If we incentivize, definitely there is people looking at that part of our industry which can definitely bring in a lot of FDIs as well as a lot of investments here. Looking at how do we have policies which are harmonized to the global players, which are called as the innovation hub, whether we have referred to Europe, Japan, or US, how do we have policies across the board? Having a specialized courses and programs, I think, in the academic institutions to look at three things. Essentially, India has done tremendously well, and the reason why India is the center stage of pharmacy is essentially because our chemistry is very strong. But how do we also look at technology, where India plays a very, very important role for other industries? And we know data science along with technology is the next wave or a big wave of R&D investments, we call it cell engines, biologics. So how do we invest appropriately in having a specialized courses in academias and participate that? And Mr. Ranjan was saying around execution, right? I think execution of whatever investments are being done with full accountability is something which would definitely give India a sweet spot. And if you look at from a clinical trial policy, I think a lot of things have been done. So the question is around how do we ensure a little bit about incentivizing, call it through market access, better IP enforcement. How do we incentivize the whole piece so that there is continuous investments in clinical trial? India used to do almost similar number of clinical trial 10 years back compared to China. Today we are 10 times lesser than China. So I do not see any reasons with our capabilities and the sort of people which we have, from a talent, no reason for us to scale it 10 times investments in clinical trial. Yeah. So I think those are some thoughts of mine to really expedite investments in R&D.
I also want to bring in Dr. Abhijit Deshmukh also from points on this one, the learnings from COVID and what is it that's going to fundamentally change from capabilities, and then probably move on to the financing point. Dr. Deshmukh, I think you're on mute. If you can just get yourself off mute.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. It's really privileged to be a part of such a distinguished panelist. I will be very, very brief and focus on question and try to wrap it in 1 minute. I mean, the biggest learning during this COVID-19 pandemic is the importance of a multidisciplinary collaborative research. And if I give the example of Beatrice to just elaborate on that, during these pandemics, we were focusing on therapeutics, not of course the vaccine. And what we did was we teamed up with some of the best research institutes in India as well as across the globe in the field of molecular biology, drug discovery, process chemistry, and of course we were working with the clinician, KOLs to just understand how we can expedite the research and bring some of the therapeutics very, very quickly. And the most important aspect, what we learned was importance of a drug repurpose. I mean, everybody understood that it's not a time where we focus on the drug discovery or like that, but rather focus on available therapeutic molecules that could be repurposed for the treatment of SARS-CoV-2. And this is where we were working with all these multidisciplinary collaborators where they were helping us in doing this high throughput screening, in vitro assays, establishing the proof of concept, and we were taking it forward with respect to the expedited development and clinical trials. And of course, the regulators, I mean, they were also very, very quick and flexible in approving the clinical trials and approving the emergency approvals for the medicine. So that's the biggest learning what we have learned through this one and a half year. And I think the future of innovation, apart from the technologies and whatever we say, I believe like the future of innovation will be driven by the multidisciplinary collaboration and how the people collaborate and work with each other. So this is on the learning part. Quickly on, I would focus on what are the kind of technologies which we can use to speed up the development and maybe helping the developing a cost-effective medicine. One, of course, I see a use of artificial intelligence coming up in a very, very big way, whether it's in a drug discovery where it will help in expediting the drug discovery research and cut down the cost, as well as I see a lot of value coming up in optimization and using the algorithms to optimize your processes and make it more robust. Another area I think is the big data and analytics, where we know like a huge data is generated during the discovery process or a drug development. So I think this, and you need a very, very powerful tool to analyze it, do the analytics and arrive at a meaningful conclusion out of it. So I think this is the one area which will be coming up in a big way. The third area, it's a very important area I will touch upon is integrated continuous manufacturing. This is going to disrupt the way we have been manufacturing our products so far for last 50, 60 years. And this will also change a complete paradigm of how we manufacture our products and how we develop our products. Because since I am one of the expert committee member on the ICH guideline, which is being drafted on the continuous manufacturing. So if we are not ahead of a curve, I think we will be forced to follow this. And of course, there are so many advantages of using this continuous manufacturing. It's a very agile manufacturing, high throughput, low rejection rate, low quality issues, leading to the lesser and lesser recalls or like that. I think this is the one area which everybody in India should be aware is coming up in a very, very big way, and this is going to disrupt what we were doing so far. And the last thing I will touch base is the technology like IoT, the Internet of Things, which provides the real-time data on the performance of the machine, the downtime of the machine, and it provides you the real-time alert on malfunctioning. So these are some of the areas, if not all, I think we should really focus on the research. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Deshmukh. Really, really insightful. And I want to just use the last 5 minutes very productively focused around the financing part one, because that's something just completely an area of focus in the beginning itself. In terms of how can we leverage innovative financing models beyond just grants to finance the complete process from idea generation to market launch, and also how do we attract PE, VC investments and global emerging big pharma? I know Pankaj, you touched upon this earlier briefly, but it'd be good to get your thoughts on fundamentally what should be done to be able to attract those investors. Yeah.
So I think globally practices, if you see Srinam, then the globally governments have incentivized this kind of financing activity. And unfortunately in India, we do not have any incentive available for that. For example, if somebody is going to invest into this kind of a thing, those funds would have a special tax rates or no tax rates or things like that, which is happening. But currently, unfortunately, there are no financial incentive available. Some sort of funding is still available, and that is what government is currently funding. But I think if you need larger money, then of course we need to get external funding, particularly from the global VCs, and we need to create the kind of environment for them that they will have returns similar to what they would get into if they invest the same amount of money either in China or in USA or any other market. So I think that is what one need to find out, and I think this would happen only if there is a kind of a concerted effort done by Ministry of Finance along with the ministries to find ways that we can attract those funding to come to India.
An excellent point, sir. Anil, given your experience with the entire Oxford collaboration and other collaborations also from NHS fundings, are there any lessons learned on how you can increase and look at different sources of funding when you're doing this discovery and research effort?
Yeah, so Shriram, thank you so much. I think what we have seen, and in fact, we need to explore all the possible fundings which are available. Of course, BARDA was one which we initially explored. Then the governments are something which we initially explored. And I think it's important that they are absolutely open for giving the advance commitment of purchases, and that too in a millions of doses. And I think that itself provides an incentive for any manufacturer or any researcher to really embark on the research. So I'm just saying that the procurement should be also incentivizing the innovators and the research. And I think that is something which we should also be looking at very, very closely.
Sriram, if I can just step in for a minute, this is Mahesh.
Yeah.
Just offer an example of something that's been done in Korea for as a way of raising money. So in Korea in 2017 they had this Tesla policy, which basically said that anybody can have a parallel track to the COSDAQ, so that even if you're a company that's not making money, you can actually IPO, and they help this as a way of incentivizing the bio startups to stay in business, to grow, and actually has helped because they've seen a 75% increase within 4 years of listing of the sizes of these companies, and they found that in about 7.7 years is what it takes to actually deliver. So if you come up with such innovative ways of funding, because as was pointed out by Dr. Pankaj, we don't have those necessary mechanisms as are there in some of these other countries. while looking for those mechanisms, we'll also have to be creative and look at some of these kinds of examples. So I just thought I would offer that as a way to consider as well.
Excellent point, Mahesh. That is very useful. Very quickly, Glenn, your thoughts, because funding and financing is something that you're pretty close to, I guess.
Well, I think, there are multiple ways. One is today, what most companies are doing is they're doing partnerships, right? To try and get some upfront payments, some milestones, and things like that. But I think government help. I mean, the first thing I would do is reinstate the R&D incentives, right? And earlier it was 150. I would strongly recommend that we go up to 200%. I mean, that's the bare minimum, right? To just make sure that we can fund most of the research that companies are doing, and there's a clear part to incentivizing companies to do innovative research. Besides that, for the smaller companies, the startups, there are various models, whether it's partnering, whether it is, VC funding, so different, plus government can start a seed capital fund, which can help them, keep the lights on and keep going. So I think there are many different mechanisms, many of which Pankaj Bhai and the rest of the panelists have covered.
Excellent. I think, and also from a time perspective, I think we are really out of time. At this point, I'd like to call upon the chair, Dr. Renu Swarup, to quickly summarize the points on what we heard today and see if we can, what are the 2 or 3 learnings, what that you urge the panel to kind of take away from this meeting.
Shriram, I think Dr. Swarup is not there. We'll have Rajneesh Singhal maybe just summarize, just give his closing comments and then conclude. Yeah.
Sure. Rajneesh? Rajneesh, are you there?
He's on mute.
He's on a call right now. He's on a call right now with the minister. So I think, Sriram, what we can do is you can sum it up, and we will send all the inputs to the government. So over to you. And we can finally invite Anand Krishnan sir to propose a vote of thanks.
No issues. Let's do it that way. So I think thanks a lot for this time. I think the level and the quality of the discussion was superb. And I think we could have had 2 more hours and we still could have gone on to do more conversations around this. And very practical insights is what we received, both in terms of how we should be looking at industry academia collaboration, very practical insights in terms of how we should attract more investments to this sector. And it was great to see even a lot of the government participants talking about the fact that, how do you ensure that we look beyond just the government? We have to become Atmanirbhar, yes, but then we also have to be open enough to be able to include a much larger ecosystem of people helping us in delivering and developing this. One thing was very clear that across the board, this is one area that we cannot not afford to focus on. I mean, that's the future. If you're going to talk about future just now, R&D and innovation has got to be the plank on which we have to go forward. And with these practical suggestions of putting these right things in place, hopefully we'll learn the right lessons from the pandemic, and therefore we should be able to take this forward. And with this, I would request my co-moderator KG to request a vote of thanks. KG, you're on mute.
Yeah, it was a very interesting session that we had, which had a very good stakeholder from industry, the academia, the government, and the principal scientific advisor coming in, Dr. Renu Swarup. I think this was one of the fine discussions that we had. We have touched on several of the aspects, and as you rightly said, we may have to deep dive on several of them and come out with much more constructive, solid recommendation. But I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the participants, particularly Dr. Professor Vijay Raghavan and Dr. Renu Swarup for setting the tone right in the beginning, and the government participants, particularly Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, sharing the type of work that is being done in Telangana, and Dr. Rajneesh Singhal, what at NIPERS that are being done, and Dr. Goyal and Arvind Bansal sharing again what's happening so far as Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research University is concerned, and Arvind Bansal sharing about the things that are happening in NIPER. Thank you, sir, so much. And finally, My sincere thanks to the industry panelists, particularly Pankaj Pai, Glenn Saldana, Manoj Saxena, Abhijit Deshmukh, Mahesh Balgat, and Anil Kukreja for sharing their thoughts. And I also appreciated that sometimes people did chip in if they had something interesting to share and contribute then and there. Thank you so much, and we look forward to continuing this engagement. Thanks to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And the next session for India Pharma goes live at 2. So we are on schedule. Thank you, colleagues from EY, and thank you, KG sir, for moderating it so well. So thank you once again. See you at 2.
Thank you. Thank you.
So 1:45 पे मिलते हैं
2, 1. Over to you, Professor Sahai and Dr. Viranti Shah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arvind Sahai. I teach at IIM Ahmedabad. Very happy, delighted, and privileged to be here as a moderator along with Dr. Viranti Shah. My welcome to all the distinguished panelists, the chairman, the chairpersons of this particular session, and the government participants, Mr. Professor Valeria, Mr. Rinwa, Dr. Ishwar Reddy, and General Naithani. We are here today to discuss issues relating to healthcare delivery market access. And we have divided that into 5 different segments on which the questions have been shared with you, which have to do with market access, healthcare coverage, prevention, telehealth, and innovative pricing models. And given the time constraints and the depth of experience and knowledge that we have represented in this particular set of people here, we are a little constrained by time, so I do apologize in advance if one kind of asks people to keep it really succinct. I wish we had more time. But nevertheless, we are where we are, and I hope to get some nuggets from all the panelists, and we hope to also get some viewpoints from the government participants. So at the end of the whole process, we have some hopefully points of action for the chairman and for the National Health Authority. So without further ado, may I invite my co-chair, my co-moderator, Dr. Viranti, to also share his views very quickly.
Thank you, Professor Sahai. Very warm welcome to all the panelists. I'm Dr. Viranti Shah. I'm from the pharmaceutical industry. I'm the Senior Vice President of the Indian Drug Manufacturers Association. Very happy to have a very elite panel of experts. The overall idea of this particular interaction is to identify the areas where the industry and government can focus in the next 10 years or so. Last year we were sitting in Gandhinagar when we had the last IFAX, the last Pharma India. And at that point in time, a lot of questions were raised as to whether India will be able to surmount this massive problem that was forthcoming. And in the last 1 year, as a nation, as an industry, as the government, everybody has played a wonderful role in making India what it is today. Nevertheless, we also understand that there are inherent issues that need to be addressed in the healthcare system. And therefore, we are focusing 2 areas today. The first area would be the market access, which mostly Professor Sahai will be covering, moderating. And I'm interested with taking care of the healthcare part of it. As Professor Sahai said, we have a limited time span, so I would request each participant, each panelist, to cover up their points in about 3 to 4 minutes so that we can hear them all. So thank you once again, Professor Sahai, and I think we can begin. Professor Sahai, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Viranti. So let me invite the chairperson, Ms. Shubhra Singh. Very happy to see you again, ma'am. It's been a while since we last met in your office. So if you can very quickly share with us your views and what you would like to be able to take away at the end of 1.5 hours, given the kind of topics that we have on the agenda today. Thank you, ma'am.
So good afternoon, everybody, and it's a privilege to be chairing this very, very important session and on a topic which is very close to my heart, which talks about access to medicines and public healthcare systems. I see a very, very illustrious panel here, both from the government and from the industry. So look forward to engaging discussion. We all know that the access to essential medicines has been construed by WHO and by the Indian judiciary as a basic part of the fundamental right to health. It is intrinsic to the fundamental right to health itself. And therefore, any pharmaceutical policy will serve multiple, often competing objectives that must be balanced with one another to arrive at a policy mix that best reflects the priorities of any country. More than 100 countries as of now have a policy framework for pharmaceuticals outlining the areas of access and balancing the industry demands therein. So it is important to have an inherent trade-off between the static efficiency and the dynamic efficiency. In other words, consumer welfare maximization versus trade-off for investment in R&D for potential drugs. I think this is a very, very basic issue which all of us are dealing with. We are aware that in India, the National Health Accounts 2014-15 reported that of the total expenditure on health, almost 70% was out of pocket and was a major constituent for dragging families below poverty line. And a key component of this out-of-pocket expenditure was on medicines. And therefore, the very, very important need to be able to harmonize the interest of the consumers with that of the industry to arrive at an appropriate policy mix. Of course, since then, the government has expanded the public health infrastructure and the care through the Ayushman Bharat Yojana, very, very ambitious and very, very universal coverage. We also have an expanding network of Jan Aushadhi Yojana Kendras, which sell generic medicines, plus 1.5 lakh wellness centers have been major contributors to expansion of the public health cover in India. However, it is important that as government positions itself to promote India as the pharmacy of the world and also embarks on the largest vaccination drive in the world, how do we translate this to the access to improved healthcare for the consumers, while at the same time positioning pharma as the big investment opportunity under Make in India? So these are the two twin trails which we will be looking at, and which as a policymaker I'm always confronted with. As has been said by the moderator and the co-moderator, I think the major areas of discussion where I would like to have some summation at the end of the discussion is what are the policy options for expanding access. We know of the national list of essential medicines. The NLM is around the corner. We are also talking of the trade margin rationalization for non-scheduled segment of drugs. The industry is already aware of these, plus the expanding scope under the Ayushman Bharat. What should be our policy with respect to patented drugs? How do we ensure that there is an opportunity for consumers to access these patented drugs while at the same time addressing the concerns of the industry on R&D spends on these? The opportunities that are unveiled by e-pharmacy and teleconsultation, and the scope for adult vaccination in the country. So these are the broad areas where I would like to hear from the panelists and maybe have a takeaway at the end of the session. Thank you, and wish you all a very, very heartening discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Shubhra Singh. May I now invite Dr. Praveen Gadam, the CEO of the CEO of National Health Authority, to share his views and his desires on what he would like to take away at the end of the session that would be useful from a government policy making perspective.
Thanks, Mr. Sahai, for having inviting me to this very illustrious panel of specialists, experts, and speakers. Ma'am Chairperson has set out the context very rightly. We right now are in the middle of witnessing a sort of revolution in the healthcare delivery in India. We have good experience of delivery of improving the access to affordable and quality healthcare through Ayushman Bharat, particularly two verticals. One is wellness care, wellness centers, and the other is Ayushman Bharat, which involves private sector to a significant extent, to a significant level, which was never done before. We also have a chain of Jan Aushadhi stores all over. I've seen how private and public sectors have come together in tackling the COVID crisis, and starting from today, the private sector is also engaged in COVID vaccination on a big scale. Obviously, in addition to the points which Chairperson noted, for the takeaway, I would like highlight one more additional point. We are also on the moving towards a digital health revolution. Honorable Prime Minister, in his Independence Day address, announced that every citizen of India will be in a position to get a health ID, to which all his health records across various HMIS in different hospitals can be linked, and that will help creating a longitudinal medical history of a person in country as wide and diverse as India. At the same time, we also intend to bring all the healthcare professionals such as doctors and also healthcare facilities on this platform, which will facilitate the individual citizens, patients to get connected with the doctors and hospitals without bothering for the KYC of doctor, without bothering that whether we are getting in touch with correct doctor or a quack. So this is where we are right now. We have launched the pilot phase in the 6 union territories, and I see it as a great opportunity to improve the access to healthcare through teleconsultation. And as the chairperson just rightly pointed out, and the moderator also said, how can we make even pharmacy more approachable, accessible, and cheaper for the individuals in India? So I will be very happy if we can get some views from our expert panelists on this point, which we will be happy as a policymaker to note and start taking suitable action to help the larger population of India. Thank you so much. We can't hear you, Mr. Sahai.
Dr. Sahai, you are on mute, I think.
Sorry about that. So thank you, Dr. Gedam, very much. And that sets the context between Madam Chairperson and the additional CEO of National Health Authority. So I have been asked to lead off the questions with questions related to market access. And let me go to first Mr. Rajaram and Mr. Sridhar from Sanofi and Pfizer respectively, and ask them as CEOs of Sanofi and Pfizer in the country about their views on how companies like theirs can help India to improve access to affordable and quality medicines. And given especially Madam Chairperson's view, access to patented medicines as well, because as innovator pharma firms, global innovator pharma firms, there would be quite a few medicines of that kind that they would be selling in the market. So over to you, gentlemen, Mr. Sridhar and Mr. Rajaram.
Thank you, Mr. Professor Sahai, for I think it's a pleasure to come and talk to all of you, and thank you all the panelists for joining us. It's a pleasure. Very, very interesting question, Professor Sahai, and I think it's a very, very pertinent to ensure that we believe access to medicine is universal to every single Indian we have in the country today, and that's a commitment. Pfizer's purpose is breakthroughs that change patients' life, and that's a fundamental principle we have adopted across the world. And we believe that every person at every income level should have access to the quality medications. And therefore, I'm personally very happy with the Government of India's initiative Ayushman Bharat, which really gives access to medications to people at the bottom of the pyramid. I think the right direction. It's a great beginning, and I'm great to see such a large program taking off in such a big manner, enabled by digital in a big manner. And I think that's a right thing to go to enhance Ayushman Bharat, to make Ayushman Bharat the flagship program, just not for the BPL patient, but to enhance that to the middle class patients. And talking of partnerships, I think we'll be very, very happy for us as companies to offer very, very differential pricing to patients in Ayushman Bharat because currently it's a government is funding it and it's for poor people, and therefore try and have a very specific innovative pricing. You can also have a very innovative outcome based pricing. We're able to commit to outcome based and say you can pay for outcome basis, so that we're able to really penetrate most of the innovative patented products into Ayushman Bharat. You also have opportunity to enhance preventive health care, especially now with vaccination, knowledge of vaccination coming into big way in the country here today, with the infrastructure which you're creating to support distribution of vaccination in the country. Maybe the right time for us to enhance vaccination offtake in the country by expanding to vaccination like pneumococcal vaccine or HIV vaccine or a flu vaccine, and also the very differential, bringing different SKUs which can optimize the cost and different price point to broader reach of the people there. So the whole concept is how do you bring in a concept differential pricing and partner with the government to bring in more and more innovative medicines to the government therapy and try and create the differentiation in that. So both in terms of vaccination and in terms of innovative medications.
So if I may just very quickly jump in, you raised a very interesting point which related access to pricing, and you said outcome-based pricing. Now, in the UK, Gilenya, which I believe is a product of Novartis, if I remember correctly, is sold on the basis of outcomes. There's actually an index of what is the improvement in the quality of life for this cancer patient, and the price is decided on that basis.
Yeah.
Now that requires a certain level of knowledge of being able to run certain tests over a period of time, especially for new drugs. Now, my question to the panelists over here, and I'm going to open it up with your permission, Dr. Viranchi. And Swati, if I may, I know this is not strictly according to the script that you have. In conversation, sometimes these things come up. So may I invite the people over here in the panel to give us their observations on this? Do we think we are at a place here in this country where we can actually increase market access through this outcome-based pricing that has just been talked about?
Maybe I can start, Dr. Saha, and I'll build on to what Sridhar mentioned.
Please.
I think this is definitely the way to go forward, because when we talk about access, it's actually a systemic problem. It's not just about price. Price is a part of the problem. Have to look at it on a holistic basis. So as long as we are going to be treating maybe pharmaceutical companies as one part of the ecosystem, which is just around like a vendor who just supplies the medicine, we are missing out on a massive opportunity. What we have to be looking at is how can everyone come together with a unified outcome-based objective. At the end of the day, what we need is not a lower price, but we need health for the patient. We want the best outcomes for the patient to receive, irrespective of whatever interventions he or she is going to be getting. How can everyone keep thinking about it along these lines and not in silos? So that way, two objectives are not going to be different. I can give you multiple examples where Roche has adopted outcome-based pricing globally, where I don't think so India is far away from implementing this. So we can, if with certain tweaks to the health system, strengthening our real-world data mechanisms, go directly into outcome-based pricing, which at the end of the day is going to be the singular objective, health for patients. So I can add on, we can bring in value-based pricing. I can talk specifically about Roche. We have a patient support program, which is not specifically based on pricing alone. We have looked at a patient journey where every single access barrier along the patient journey is looked at very critically and said, how can we participate in this particular process? Is there a problem of awareness? Is there a problem of diagnosis? Is there a problem of reach? And how can we as an organization, sometimes just sharing the knowledge of whatever we know, help the patient through the process so that there's a better patient journey experience which is provided, and also
leading to better outcomes. So value-based pricing, outcome-based pricing, these are, according to me, the way to go forward.
So, that seems like we have to discover a way to square the circle, right? If you will permit me, we did two studies, one in 2015 and one in 2018, where we looked at the NLEM list of 2013 and then the extension in 2016, I think it was. And the upshot of that was that for across 108 molecules, out of which 51 were regulated and 57 were unregulated over 62 months, over 78 months, 50 months before pre-regulation and 28 months after regulation, we found that the DPCO essentially had two kinds of impacts in terms of the volumes which were sold after the price control order was passed. For about 52 odd molecules out of the 108, the access of volume of sales, in a sense, of those particular SKUs, 346 of them, actually declined, whereas for the remaining it remained same or it increased. So my question to you is, given that some form of price control actually exists across the world, whether it is in England or Germany or Japan, even in the US now, very, very much led by the insurance companies. And for a sector like this, one can expect some kind of price control. So how do we decide which one is the suitable form in the Indian context, given on one hand that 70% of healthcare expenses out of pocket, and on the other hand, already prices are amongst the lowest in the world. So how do I square that circle, especially given this particular group from the pharma industry, which is mostly MNC pharma firms which are represented here? So let me go to Mr. Murdeshwar from Novartis and Dr. Reddy for that.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity, Professor Sai. I appreciate it. I believe that you've given the example of Gilenia in NHS, where we have outcome-based pricing. Actually, it is not so much of a big deal in terms of data. If I may say that one of the advantages that we have at this moment, I think, is lying actually with Dr. Gedam, where we have the Ayushman Bharat scheme. And why do I say that? With Ayushman Bharat, we have 100 million or so already patients part of the scheme, approximately 20,000 empaneled hospitals around the country, and around 2,500 different procedures, plus minus, being treated. Now, what does that mean? So what we are really there is that we are sitting on pools and pools of data. We are really sitting on lakes and lakes of data. If we can appropriately harness this data in a manner to understand for every disease area what are the possible, as rightly pointed out by Simpson or by Sridhar earlier, we can have good evidence-based outcome models. Finally, it's all about data and what is that the lakes of data that we can provide. And I believe that I think this is a weapon that we have that we can use very, very effectively. Throwing more money at healthcare is not going to help. I mean, the US has 16% of its GDP on healthcare, and it certainly is not the best healthcare system relative to so many others in the world. So data and outcome-based financing is very important. Even in the other area of knowledge that we can build on is actually private insurance, private health insurance. Remember, private health insurance also prices its premiums. It prices its premiums based on certain actuarial values. So the fundamental understanding and knowledge of the outcomes is there somewhere in the system. We just need to harness it. We need to bring it into what I would call as a more disciplined way of taking decisions. And for me, data is the key. And I would look up on, of course, our Ayushman Bharat colleagues, to help us on that.
Dr. Reddy, may I invite your views, please, sir?
I'm sorry, which Dr. Reddy? Was it me or someone else?
I was waiting for Dr. Reddy. If he's not available just now, may I go to Mr. Navdeep Rinwa, please?
Madam is available, Sangeeta Reddy. I think, Madam, it is to you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. When you kind of implied it was a male, that's why I was wondering if you were if there was another Dr. Reddy on the line.
I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
My apologies, ma'am.
No problem at all. It's good being part of this really elite conversation, and appreciate the way, Dr. Sahai, you're kind of steering this to be a pure conversation. I want to take a quick step back because I believe the power of what we're discussing with this kind of a framework. I don't think we've ever sat together as providers, pharmaceutical, the government, and really had this. So I want to, really appreciate the conversation being steered and guided by an academician. And now moving on to this thing, I think it's very important for us to really kind of segregate and highlight the fact that we need to work across primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary. We do that in a framework of universal health coverage. And then we look at, universal access, which I think the financing mechanism is one, the availability of the providers and our ability to spread those providers across the ecosystem in places where we don't have them available. So that is one end of the entire scenario that we have to look at. The second one, because we have the luxury of stepping back now and talking, is the innovation and design. And then the third aspect is under innovation and design is how do we streamline? So outcome-based costing is one methodology, or outcome-based reimbursement is one methodology of design, which empowers the whole ecosystem to focus not on the process or the input cost, but really what's the benefit for the patient. And therefore, it's extremely critical, and I'm glad it's been raised and it's being focused on. However, I just did want to make the point that we have multiple steps in the process that also need to be parallelly looked at, which is really ramping up of infrastructure capability. Having made that point, moving to outcome, I think one of the most important aspects about this outcome-based pricing is not really and it was very much driven in the Western world because of, I won't call it, I'm using the word misuse for want of a better word, but because the system evolved in a certain manner which was not as effective. So it was a reset mechanism to ensure that people focused on the outcome. However, in our context and in the current time that the world is looking at healthcare, the beauty of looking at it now is that it will enable us to focus on primary healthcare and prevention. Because I think about 4 years ago, for the first time in the country, the quantum of non-communicable disease became a larger burden than communicable disease. And non-communicable, lifestyle related are those which focus on awareness, prevention, and information. So it's a whole, kind of a movement. To do that movement, we also need to tweak some of the base elements. If you design a healthcare system in the US, which is reimbursed per member per month, or per process or per procedure, it's very difficult to look at outcome. If you think a little long-term in healthcare, and I'm sorry, I'm going a slightly long in the answer, but India is one of the only countries in the world where we actually, when the health insurance system was being set up, health insurance is sitting in life, in general, and in health. But its positioning in life insurance has not been really pushed as much as it could, because those with life insurance take a longer term view of healthcare. So today, if you do a mammography, the cost of a mammogram may completely wipe away the cost of a whole insurance, reimbursement plan. However, if you do a mammogram today and find a breast cancer in stage 1, you will save money, suffering, and potentially will save a life, which is a focus which a life insurance company had. Having made all these broad points, I want to end by focusing on the design element and the incorporation of IT. Some very important points were made in terms of the data that we're sitting on, the capability to do modeling. I want to begin by saying that we need to see IT as part of intrinsic to the entire ecosystem. So to begin with is that all data to be captured, but to be captured in a codified manner which is decipherable and understandable. Having spoken about outcome, let me draw attention to the fact that while we spend time on SNOMED coding or methodology to code disease and symptoms, we are even today not appropriately capturing outcome in our data system. So if you really want to make a push towards outcome-based planning and reimbursement and partnerships, we must first begin by ensuring that we do appropriate outcome data capture, because long-term survival rate post 6 months, 1 year of many disease may be captured in academic institutions, but not across. Even insurance companies don't know outcome. So that is one more point I want to lay. My final point is that using the current IT, COVID has taught us so much. Using this current IT, we need to move very aggressively into the whole telehealth model. I'll share with you just two quick last examples. One is that in a village for the last 12 years, for about 70,000 people, we have managed their health from birth through life. So we understand patterns, where do you make interventions? How do you bring down incidence of disease because of earlier screening? Models like these we have to push forward to. The second example is that we're currently managing about 350 primary healthcare centers completely e-enabled. In that e-enabled model, we're able to do population health, integration with A&Ms, work towards studying whether the doctor is current on his treatment protocol. So I'd love to see for the proliferation of these kind of models. And finally, Rajaram is here. I hope he will talk about some of the work we're doing on diabetes and its prevention, because if we improve compliance to medication, which is what I think all pharma companies would love, if we improve that, we will ensure that the incidence or the burden of disease comes down, and therefore the cost of care and our ability to make care accessible comes down. So I think it's a large framework. Within that framework, multiple strategies and interventions, these interventions being tactical as well as futuristic, and therefore the foundation towards appropriate data, coverage, partnerships, all need to be thought through together. Thank you. Sorry, I had to give a slightly longer answer. But,
it was very, very insightful, Dr. Reddy, actually. And that sets it up very, very nicely just now, because the sense that one gets from the industry is that access and both pricing should be driven on the basis of outcomes. And also you made the point that there needs to be a design of a mechanism that allows these things to happen. Now, the mechanism design ultimately will be from a policy perspective, and it will be the remit of people in the government, people like Mr. Navdeep Rinwa or Professor Guleria from AIMS or General Naithani. So before I hand over the floor to them, I just want to make a small point on the idea of mechanism design. So mechanism design essentially is about making sure that something works by itself. I don't have to sit on top and push it to work. And the perfect example, the simplistic example of a mechanism design is I've got two kids and I have to divide a piece of cake equally between them. And guess what do? I make the rule that one of them gets to divide the cake, the other one gets to choose first. And so therefore, almost by design, it will get divided equally, which is my objective as the parent, in this case, the policymaker. So my question, therefore, to Mr. Rinwa, Professor Guleria, General Naithani, and so on is, if we kind of take on board the different points of view which are coming together and coalescing in terms of availability and access and pricing, which is based on outcomes, which requires a good mechanism. What would be your thoughts, gentlemen, on what might be the contours or at least some outline of such a mechanism?
Thank you, Professor Sahai. First of all, I would like to share some of the developments that have taken place in last few years In 2017, the National Health Policy came out and talked about increasing the expenditure on health from 1.25% to 2.5% of the GDP. And then the Ayushman Bharat scheme, the hugely ambitious Ayushman Bharat scheme came out, which proposes to cover 50 crore people under the insurance. And the Department of Pharmaceuticals in last year has come out with schemes worth 10,000 crores on pharmaceuticals, especially bulk drugs. And on 24th February of this year, the Union Cabinet has approved a scheme of rupees 15,000 crore on pharmaceuticals, where not only the APIs or bulk drugs, but many categories of pharmaceuticals would be incentivized. And drugs such as patent drugs or orphan drugs, cell-based or gene therapy-based drugs would be incentivized up to 10% of their sales in next 6 years for manufacturers would be selected under the scheme. And similarly, anti-diabetic, anti-cancer drugs would be incentivized up to 5%. So we are hopeful that the industry would enthusiastically take part in these schemes, and through these schemes the affordability of these medicines would be enhanced. And the Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jan Aushadhi Pariyojana, which provides for very affordable medicines, generic medicines. So we have increased the centers to more than 7,300. And every year the sales or the turnover is increasing by more than 100%. So as to make the common medicines available to especially poor people at very affordable rates, which are as low as sometimes just 10% of the branded medicines available in the market. And that also are quality controlled. So and simultaneously under DPCO in January 2019, an amendment was made in para 32 where orphan drugs and patented drugs were exempted from the provisions of the DPCO so as to make them available in the Indian market. So many developments have taken place, and the department is also working on the proposal of trade margin rationalizing for non-scheduled drugs. And from the pilot project of the cancer medicines, it came out that there were huge trade margins. So that is one area which can be worked upon so that without affecting the margins of the pharmaceutical industry, how we can make the medicines affordable to the consumers. And as Chairperson NPPA Madam pointed out that in India, there's out-of-pocket expenditure is very high compared to other countries of the world. And out of the out-of-pocket expenditure, the expenditure on medicines is working on this issue. And we are also in touch with the stakeholders, including the industry, on ways to make the availability of medicine sustainable as well as affordable.
Thank you, Mr. Renva. May I invite Professor Guleria next? My time is almost kind of running out before I hand over to Dr. Viranchi. So, Dr. Guleria, if I can request you to take maybe 3-4 minutes to share your views, and then I will go to General Naithani.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be as brief as possible. I think a lot that I wanted to say has already been said. I just wanted to flag a few issues. One is when we're looking at an outcome-based objectives, we must really understand that outcomes are multifactorial and they are very variable in a country like ours where healthcare, which is a state subject, is very diverse from one state to the other and from the private sector to the public sector. Therefore, there is such a lot of diversity. Even if you look at issues like antimicrobial resistance, there is a huge variation in the antibiotic use. There is no uniformity for a simple infection. It could be typhoid for that matter. You could have high-end drugs being used at one area to basic drugs being used, and there is really no accountability. And unfortunately, a lot of it is industry driven. We must accept that also, that there is a lot of industry pressure to really write high-end antibiotics, and unfortunately leads to increasing out-of-pocket expenditure. So it's a complex issue where we need to understand that how do we really go about it, because of the multiple factors which come into play, which could be related to the health services available in that area. You can't compare the health services available, let's say, in a state in North India as compared to the health services which are there in some of the states in the South. There is a huge difference in the quality of care that is being provided, depending on how much the state invests on health per se. I think one way that we need to really look at it is how can we really look at a good insurance-based model, which is equitable, which is helpful, and in a way, how can we really expand Ayushman Bharat to fill the gaps? A lot of middle-class people who actually are now spending outside the pocket, spending from their own pocket, are not included in Ayushman Bharat. So there is a need to look at, can we have a system where maybe they can be involved by paying a small amount, but that could actually cover a larger part of our population and try and give equitable health, because there are a lot of gaps as far as the program is concerned, and it is leading to a lot of people actually having to spend a huge amount from their own pocket. So these are important things, and telehealth is one way forward, but we need to really see how we can make it user friendly. We must forget that in rural India, there are areas where it would be a challenge. People will not even have a smartphone, and they are uncomfortable with that. We've seen that when we give our consultations to our patients for the outpatient department, almost 30% of them are not comfortable with it and would like to come physically, even if they have to come at 6 in the morning and stand in line. They rather do that rather than going on and taking an appointment through a call center. So there are challenges which are social also, and we should keep in mind all of those when we start rolling out program, because I think we must keep the patient at the center of anything that we're trying to plan. It has to be patient centric. That's all what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Guleria. General Naithani, please. Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. Most of the points have already been covered, but I'd like to re-emphasize on us having granular data, anonymized data, so that we can plan, morbidity data, so that we can plan and prioritize our procurement accordingly. India is in a unique position for differential pricing because we have a large public sector that caters for volumes and that can command lower prices. At the same time, we have a population that basically depends on private institutions, and they can pay for higher costs. But what we see is that there are hardly any companies on GEM marketplace registered. That is your nice companies from whom we can procure medicine. HTA provides for a robust system for assessing the outcome-based results. We do it for vaccinations in the armed forces. We done it for meningococcal vaccination, and we are doing it for all adult immunization also, and that can be used for pricing purposes also. Now, regarding common generics, at the present moment, there's not much of confidence in generics because there's no quality control. If there is quality control, maybe there will be more confidence in them, and that will result in more utilization. Now, regarding IT-enabled services, I feel that we need to have clinical decision support systems that can enforce protocolized treatment, at least in the public sector and even in the insurance. Wherever there is insurance coverage, there is a lot of scope to ensure a proper, authentic, protocolized treatment. We've done it in the past. AFMP has done it for the country, and I'm sure we can do it if we use IT to enable people. There'll be better treatment also. There'll be more scientific treatment also. So this is all that I have to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, General. So if I may take 2 minutes, Dr. Shah, to very briefly summarize at least my understanding of the issues from a market access and pricing perspective. What seems to be coming up is that access and availability need to be matched to an industry, to an outcome-based model from one perspective, which seems to be largely an industry perspective. From a medical service provider perspective and the government perspective, the view seems to be that it cannot be a monolithic process. Outcome-based system should be available for particular aspects, and for generic quality to be established, it may be a little bit difficult. And the last point, of course, is that in a country where we have people spending a really large amount from out of pocket, if we can have an insurance-based system which is able to reduce the out-of-pocket expenses with some good actuarial tables based on some data. And the point was made that there are large lakes of data available. I hope I can get access to some of those lakes of data that were mentioned. I would love to get my hands on that and do some analysis of that data. I have actually raised this point a couple of times with at least a couple of very senior leaders in the industry, and I'm hoping that that will get some traction at some point. So without further ado, let me hand over to Dr. Viranchi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Sahai. We have very nicely covered the need for improving the market access. And while most of our discussion had been on addressing the pricing issue, whether it should be outcome-based or value-based, but the ultimate purpose of any market access initiative is the universal healthcare. And in trying to do so, we have tried to, as a nation, try to address the pricing issue, which through the DPCO for the last 30, 40 years, through the Jan Aushadhi, trying to bring in the affordable generics to the people. In trying to address the infrastructure, very recently, the government has come out with the Atmanirbhar Swasthya Yojana, where a lot of investment is to come on the infrastructure. As a nation, we have also tried to work on the some part on the insurance through the Ayushman Bharat, where we say that almost 50 crore people would be provided the secondary and tertiary hospitalizations and treatments. But given all these facts, the major concern is that we have not yet been successful in bringing universal healthcare in India. And all the efforts will be useless if the last person, the person on the bottom of the pyramid, is not able to access this. So with this background, I would try to touch the first theme in the healthcare sector, which is the universal healthcare. And I would, again, going a bit off trope, would like to hear the voices that have not been represented as yet. So to start with, I would request Dr. Asutosh Raghuvanshi from Fortis, if you can throw some light on what could be the 3 key imperatives for achieving the universal healthcare coverage in India. And then I would like Dr. Ishwara Reddy to follow up with follow up later on. So Dr. Asutosh, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. There is no doubt that a country like India requires a universal healthcare, and private healthcare cannot be a substitute to public healthcare. Private healthcare can only complement and maybe fill in few gaps. But I think some of the earlier discussions very clearly shows that there are large gaps in the structures. And as Sangeeta put it very nicely, that it is the entire design which is important in order to achieve either outcome-based pricing or universal healthcare. So in my view, I think it is important that all those building blocks are put in place first. Because right now, as Professor Sahai was saying, that that those lake of data are there, but it is like a shell gas. We have to extract it, and it is pretty difficult. So my view is that some of the initiatives which are being taken up, and especially in terms of the digital health, creation of this digital IT, a kind of a universal connected system where the health data is accessible to the providers, to the users, to the policymakers. I think that is one of the most important component which needs to be in place. in a country like India, there has to be an adequate degree of regulation. Technology can play a major part in implementing and imparting care, especially primary and preventive care. However, there are certain elements of care which cannot be taken over by telemedicine, and I think one has to be very careful when we are depending on technology. There are certain areas like chronic health management, patients who have already been part of the health system, who have an health ID, who have an active record, their chronic illnesses, say a chronic kidney disease or a chronic diabetes or any other heart arrhythmias, heart failures, all those things can be managed very well with the use of technology. However, over dependence and on technology will probably not solve the issues, as Professor Guleria pointed out rightly. There are certain cultural issues as well, and there are a lot of regional imbalances which are there, which also need to get corrected. So the physical infrastructure is the third part, I think, which needs to come other than the technology piece. Which is so that the inequalities which are there currently are fulfilled. Now that cannot be alone filled by the private sector. And there the role of public sector again is very important. Private sector, wherever it exists, is always there to support and provide care at whatever regulated levels the policymakers thinks it is proper. But then again, the private healthcare sector also has to be viable and provide sufficient returns to its investors. So that balance is also necessary while making the policies. So my view is that if the infrastructure in terms of technology, especially the IT health ID, which is being proposed, that's the most important component in going towards a universal healthcare.
Thank you, Dr. Asutosh. Very rightly said. You have pointed out three very important points: the digital use, the use of technology, the cultural issues, and the physical infrastructure, and the balance in the private and public partnership. I would like to hear from Dr. Reddy, being a part in the government. What are your views on what could be the key imperatives of achieving the universal healthcare coverage in India, and whether the just the dependence on the low cost or the cheap low price products are only going to be the solution, or there are a lot of other things that we can do beyond that?
Thank you, Dr. Viranchi. Let me first thank you organizers for inviting me. My focus with respect to the universal health coverage of availability and access of medicines of both essential and innovative medicines to all the needy patients will be focused on as a part of universal health coverage. As all of you know, and also as chair of the session said very rightly, access to essential medicines or technologies are a part of the fulfillment of the right to health, and it has been recognized in the Constitution of India. What we are discussing, it is a mandatory provisions. As you know, Article 21 of the Constitution guarantees the protection of life and personal liberty to every citizen. Even the Supreme Court has held that right to live with human dignity derives from the directive principles of the state policy and therefore includes protection of health. Further, it also stated that the right to health is integral to the right to life, and the government has a constitutional obligation to provide health facility. So it is a mandate to the government to ensure the universal health coverage, including the essential medicines. As both Rinvasab and Madam NPPA said rightly, medicines contributes maximum out of pocket expenditure. It is almost 52%. 52% is out of pocket expenditure. That the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to ensure the availability of health medicines in the public health facilities, and publishes the essential medicine list, and to update this list from time to time, the government has constituted the Standing National Committee on Medicines to review the existing national list of essential medicines, not only for the medicines even, but also for medical devices, medical disposables, hygiene, and other healthcare products. The government has also made legal provisions mandatory to encourage the generic medicine, generic substitution in the private and public health sector. The one of the panelists has raised the concern about the quality of the generic medicines that are available in the public. I am assuring you that the medicines that are being approved by the licensing authority, by the government, either by the CDSCO or by the state authorities under the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, are standard quality. This quality is not only proven in India, this is also proven globally. You name any pharmacy in the world, our medicines are available, mainly because of its quality, mainly because of its affordability. We are not only supplying to the middle income countries. In fact, if you see our more than 50% of our exports, it is to the highly regulated markets like USA, European Union, or Australia, or Canada. To further assure the quality of the product, government also brought the provisions to have a bioavailability, bioequivalent studies mandatory for the generic drugs. We also brought the new regulation to ensure the quality of the generic medicines for the stability studies, excipient compatibility, and also the validations for the ensuring the generic medicines. The government is also making accessible to the medicines to the certain programs, especially like, for example, tuberculosis program, leprosy, malaria, HIV, or initial immunization to ensure access to the essential medicines to all the needy people. But one of the issue is the IPR still very much is an impediment to increase the access. We need to balance innovation and accessibility. Government is considering the proposal of the Department of Pharmaceuticals to set up a innovative promotion council to support the R&D, thereby the cost of innovation will be come down. As you said rightly, my proposal for one of the price control mechanism for the innovative medicines at present may be voluntary licensing. I think where the innovator grants the licenses to the Indian manufacturers to manufacture and market the patented drugs in the country. For example, if you see sofosbuvir, sitagliptin, because of the voluntary licensing, these drugs are made accessible and affordable to all, or not only to the local Indian population, even to the global population. As other speakers said rightly, the outcome-based approach, especially the health technology assessment parameter also is government is considering. In the ICMR, the health technology assessment board has been constituted to assess any health outcomes compared to the assessed vis-a-vis with the comparative medicine. So in my conclusion, Viranchi, just I would like to say generally medicines are not high cost, but are high priced after taking into many factors into consideration. So we need to very carefully read this thing. So that's why high prices medicines are generally growing. It is actually a global concern. Even if you see, there are recently published studies shows that many people would be pushed into poverty on account of prices of medicines, especially cancer and rare diseases. But government is trying to balance pro-industry and welfare roles, that is promoting, encouraging the innovation and making such new medicines affordable by way of legislative measures. The pricing regulation of medicines would be a win-win solution for both the patient and the pharmaceutical industry. At the end, it is all the stakeholders' responsibility to ensure access to medicine by all needy people. Thank you, Viranchi.
Thank you, sir, for your views. We appreciate the good work that the government is doing from the CDSCO to ensure that quality of the drugs are of the best levels in the world. Dr. Ashutosh raised a very important point of private-public partnership. And that is where the next point that I have to put comes from. Now, when you say that a lot of investment is required at the at the rural and semi-rural to create those infrastructures, a lot of money is required. What kind of innovative sources of financing can be considered to achieve the country's healthcare? And I would like Mr. Kaiwan to address this question, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shah. I think I'll just give a context before answering the question on capacity creation, and I'll probably just throw some light on the 1943 Brore report, right? And it said that if it were possible to evaluate the loss that the country annually suffers through the avoidable waste of human material and the lowering of human efficiency because of two reasons: malnutrition and preventable morbidity, we feel that the result will be so startling that the whole country will be aroused and will not rest till a radical change is brought about. And I think that's where I think in the last 6 years, while we've made tremendous progress on our health parameters, it's also a fact that we were rooted in the exigencies of a subsistence economy, like where the fundamental imperatives for all of us were roti, kapda, and makan, right? But I think in the last 10 years or so, I think the country and the policymakers have really awakened to this reality, right? And I personally believe that providing we've been talking about affordable, sustainable, quality healthcare for all. While it could be a rhetoric for the world over, India can be a stellar example in really achieving or realizing the aspiration of universal health cover through the coming together of one, political will. Second is private sector capability, capacity, and ingenuity. And the third is public demand for accountable care, which is going to be underpinned by the unprecedented opportunities that technology really has for us, right? And there are 2 or 3 key imperatives for UHC. And the first one, what you said, was around capacity creation. And as Dr. Raghuvanshi pointed out, it's not about just generating capacity, but equitable distribution of capacity. India has around 1.1, 1.2 beds per thousand, right? And at a hospitalization rate of 5.5 to 6.5%, which is the reality when we have universal health cover, we will need around 1.7, 1.8 beds per thousand, which is an addition of around 1.2, 1.3 million beds, right? And it is critical that these beds are actually coming up in underserved areas, and which is where innovative models such as targeted incentives, we've spoken and represented with FICCI in the past with government institutions, viability gap funding, right? As to how in specific underserved areas where certain hospitals commit to sponsoring patients, right? 20-30% of their demand on state-sponsored schemes or PMJ, right? Can there be a viability gap funding which covers the operating costs and the capex for setting up these facilities? So I think that's one important element, which is really looking at viability gap funding. And I think we've also spoken about the role of insurance, but our view there is that while insurance is a necessary condition, it's not a sufficient condition for universal health cover, as evidenced by global examples, right? So there has to be a focus on primary care, focus on prevention, and the lifetime cost of care rather than just the transaction cost, right? So these are a couple of points which are key enablers, to really make UHC, a reality, Dr. Shah.
Dr. Viranchi, if you will permit me, I just wanted to invite a reaction to the point that was made just now from Mr. Rajaram. Please. So, sir, the idea was that here, if you're looking at insurance as being a necessary but not sufficient condition. Now, Sanofi is a global company with operations in God knows how many countries, and of course here in India also. So, what would be your take on that necessary and not sufficient? What would you add to that to make it sufficient? Mr. Rajaram, you're on mute. Hello, am I audible?
We can hear you, Professor Sahai.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Rajaram does not seem to be.
I think he's going in and out. Should we just park the question and then possibly have him back again?
Sure.
Yeah.
Professor Sai, is it okay if I come in for a brief intervention? Professor Sai?
If please, absolutely. If it's okay with Dr. Viranchi, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a really invigorating session where we get to hear from so many people who are so much into the field of health and have different insights, looking at the problem from different viewpoints. Just a small observation when we are talking about outcome-based pricing models and other things. I think the key issue here is, because this is also an observation that has been made in the Ernst & Young study, which was unveiled on 26, which is talking about this outcome-based pricing. Now, my take as from my experience in NPP is that this may be relevant for a country like UK, which has a universal health coverage under the NHS, the National Health System. But in a country like India, where we know that the public health insurance is, as of now, largely through the public healthcare infrastructure, reinforced now through the Ayushman Bharat, and as has been said by multiple speakers, it still has a lot of gaps. A large portion of the population is therefore having to undertake out-of-pocket expenditure, which we say is in the range of 60 to 70%. And what is the role of the 8 lakh chemist shops all over the country which are selling the medicines? Because even health insurance is only, in a way, covering, subsidizing healthcare costs for inpatient treatment. What about the out of the institution healthcare cost? Nobody is actually coming up to those points, and these are the critical points where we probably need to engage, and that is why I had flagged in my opening remarks the issues relating to the NLEM, the the innovative pricing, the patents, etc. And I would be very grateful if the industry has something to say. The TMR, the trade margin rationalization, as has been hinted, we gave a saving of almost 1,000 crore per annum only in respect of 42 cancer drugs. So there is an area where we need to traverse to understand better. I would be grateful if the speakers could dwell on these topics also. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So, Professor Sahai, am I audible now?
Yes, you are, sir. Please go on.
Thank you very much. Apologies on that. So, yes, I think carrying on from what the NPPA chairman said, I think this whole area of pricing and insurance are very interconnected. Yeah, and to a very large extent, let me say that our experience has been that compared to many other countries that we operate in, the whole pricing experience in India is far, far more, encouraging than we have seen in other places. Okay, and I think that's important because there are problems on the fringes. But if you look at it, a 5-year planned pricing policy with a set of principles on why you are going to bring a certain medicine under price control is by and large a framework. And as enterprises, we get that time horizon to plan our business. The issue really happens when there is unpredictability in the pricing policy, or when there are a few areas on the fringe, which are now becoming more important for companies like us, which is how do you really price innovative medicines, right? And I think, so it's not a question about insurance being the solution, but what is the problem you're trying to solve? The problem we right now have is on how do we ensure that innovative medicines, which cost more, which are new, are accessible. Insurance is an answer, an outcome-based thing is an answer to that particular aspect of pricing. And as frankly, as Indians who are CEOs of multinationals, we are very restless to bring these medicines in India. We feel sometimes embarrassed that we don't have it in India, right? And I think that's the help we need, that we need to act on it and not subject it to the same, broad brush policy that is there. Because to a very large extent, 80-90% of our medicines are, under a framework. Where in the world will you get a medicine for 77 paisa and 42 paisa? You can't even get change back when you go to a retailer, right? And as a company in India for so many years, of course, we have medicines at 1 rupee. We supply, injectable polio vaccine for the last 20 years to the government. At the same time, we have medicines which may cost for rare diseases, maybe 30-40 lakhs sometimes for treatment. And I think the issue is these specifics there's a difference between what's the noise and what's the signal. I think that we have to fix these extremes which are harming us. The second I will take is Dr. Guleria's point, which is on there is a large urban or semi-urban middle class not covered by Ayushman Bharat, which is an out of pocket. And I think that place needs to be addressed fast. And I believe that over there, a private insurance model or something which is linked, whether it's to the employer, the out-of-pocket piece needs to come in, especially because it is connected with NCDs. Yeah, and therefore I don't think insurance is a one-stop solution. But if there are one or two specific areas which I believe are largely in the area of innovative drugs and in the area of out-of-pocket for people not covered by Ayushman Bharat, which is a reasonably large middle-class population out in India, we need insurance solutions there.
So let me try and put together the two things that the NPPA chairperson and you said just now. On one side, there is the issue of the fact that outcome-based pricing and availability ideas are in a particular context of the UK. And the point that there is a middle class that would like to have access and is out of pocket just now. Now, if one puts those two things together and one wants to put in an insurance-based model, one extreme, of course, is the American system. On the other side, you have the German and the Japanese systems. So it's a larger systemic issue. And if I may be permitted, Dr. Viranchi, for a couple of minutes more. When I think about it, sometimes it is let me also confess, I'm a marketing professor by Meri Rozi Roti usse aati hai. So in marketing, there is always what we call as segmentation. And so by the same token, there are different kinds of customers. And so the challenge, of course, is how are we as policymakers and as industry people able to segment the different requirements and then consider both provision of medicines and service from the side of the industry and the development and implementation of policy from the side of the government and policymakers. That is designed to go back to the issue of design that Dr. Reddy raised, that we have a design in place that is then able to address each one of these different segments. And sometimes I think that perhaps as a country, we do not really have that in place as yet. And maybe, if we can get those lakes of data, and this is the academic in me talking, we start salivating when we hear the word data. If we can get hold of that data, that allows us to then develop some evidence-based recommendations that one can share with everyone, all the stakeholders. Sorry to have taken that time, but back to you, Dr. Viranchi.
Professor Sahai, let me come in on Madam's point on this. Madam, what you said is absolutely right, Madam. Outcome-based pricing cannot be the solution for every kind of a treatment. There's a different methodology for the off-patent generic medicines, where the pricing policy, the DPCO could be one option. The second thing is by making Jan Aushadhi far more accessible, by take all the NLM medicines and say identify top companies or manufacture those medicines, have a long-term contract with those companies out there, say 5-year contract at differential pricing, so the supply is ascertained for those kind of people there. So there is a method to achieve for the off-patent medicine. What we made an outcome basis for innovative, patented niche therapy like oncology, etc., where we use data and science to get into. So it's a mix of both to approach a healthcare solution in the country, madam.
I agree.
So thank you, Sridhar. In the context of universal healthcare, we have been able to identify key issues that need to be addressed, including the use of digital technology, the need for creation and distribution of physical infrastructure through targeted incentives or viability gap funding, the role of insurance in enabling the universal coverage. Another aspect of universal health coverage is self-care or prevention, and we would like to touch upon this particular aspect And for this, I would like two gentlemen to address. One, Mr. Swaroop, and another Mr. Sridhar from Pfizer. And my question is that in COVID, due to COVID-19, there has been a general increase in awareness about vaccines. How do we make sure that this wave, this particular drive on vaccination, especially on the adult vaccination, doesn't die down? And as a nation, we continue to use vaccine as one of the ways to address our health issues. So I would first request Mr. Swaroop and then Mr. Sridhar, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shah, and thank you to the fellow panelists and FICCI for organizing this event. Let me first start by congratulating the government in terms of the steps that have already been taken. Right? When it comes to Ayushman Bharat, the Honorable Prime Minister's announcement of a digital health ID, I think these are steps in the right direction, taking us towards universal healthcare and providing a better solution for our population. Let me be honest also, I don't think we have health insurance in the country. We have illness insurance, right? Most of our insurance plans cover only IPD events. Very rarely will you find a plan that actually covers wellness and health, right? So that's also a hard reality that we are faced with. We take pride at being part of the industry. We take pride in being the pharmacy of the world, providing one of the lowest cost medicines to our population. But let's understand the problem. Let's take a step back, right? And really, when we start talking about, there was a conversation about the rising NCDs. Now, the implication of that is this is a longer duration illness, and you'll have to manage the patient journey. We are a proud women's health company, and as it happens, this is the endometriosis month, right? One metric I would want to share is there are 25 million women who suffer from this condition. Astonishingly, only 30% get diagnosed. And they also get diagnosed about 3 to 4 years later on the onset, right? So pricing and penetration is one of the pieces. But the larger piece is also this awareness that we have to drive, the awareness and diagnosis. Along with being the pharmacy of the world, we are also the IT capital of the world. Let's not forget that. And digital, we've all experienced through these COVID times, using the e-pharmacies, using teleconsult. I think there's a huge opportunity to actually make this as a normal practice and going forward. You touched specifically on, the awareness around adult vaccination, which in India was a very little awareness around that. Now, all of a sudden, we are very well aware. And again, linking the conversation of Professor Sahai of data lakes, right? Imagine the data lake that would have gotten created with Arogya Setu. Now with COVID coming in, right? We get a lot of information. And so my push here is how we work together, and the government enables us to work together to actually incentivize drives on awareness and diagnosis. Pricing is one piece, is an important piece, right? And I'm not shying away from that. And coming up with innovative pricing techniques when it comes to outcome-based financing. We've also brought in financing for our medicines. But then the larger problem is how do we address the pool which is not even aware or not even getting diagnosed? So I think in this entire mix, I would also want to bring in saying, how do we really address that pool of our population, which is right now getting completely unserved? So that's what I would want to bring into the picture as well.
Thank you.
Sridhar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shah. It's a great question you have raised, and as an Indian, I think at this moment, absolutely proud to have Indian vaccination at the forefront for solving the COVID solution, and genuinely Atmanirbhar Bharat at its best. And therefore, if we have kicked off the innovation vaccination of this, it'll be a shame if we do not continue to leverage this to a long term. I think what we have not been able to bring forth the import adult vaccination, I think COVID in a way has brought about, not just in the top tier of the population, but also across all segments out here. So now a vaccination is a word everybody understands. Going forward, I do believe that if we were to segment the population the way we did for giving the vaccination into high-risk population to start with, high risk with comorbid conditions or with people with oncology situation, and then say what are the kind of vaccines you would require for this segment of population. And therefore we can come out with a guidance note from the government to say this kind of adult population with kind of co-risk would recommend this kind of population. That's a starting point to bring adult vaccination to life, have a proper guidance note. Post that, I think the way we should look at it is segment the population into the affording class and non-affording class, and have the government really take on the responsibility to say, can the government make sure they partner with the private companies to get in at a very, very differential pricing, a multi-dose vials for these high-risk patients, and leverage technology the way COVID is being declared, identify those patients and continue leveraging the infrastructure created to give it out, and make the private companies take care of the private population to a different formulation. So we should continue making guidance note on different high-risk populations and continue to leverage that for different segments over the next few months. And that is how people like us will be able to partner with the government to bring in vaccination to the forefront of those high-risk and lower vulnerable population. That's what I would say.
Thank you, Sridhar, for wonderful views. When we talk of prevention and self-care, and as we all agree, technology is a major enabler. And to that extent, we would like to dwell upon the issue of how do we leverage technology to establish simple and efficient processes for providing healthcare and boosting the primary care. And to address this, I would request Dr. Asutosh and Dr. Sangeeta, since they are already into a business, into a profession where they are, providing the primary healthcare. Dr. Asutosh, please.
Yeah, so as I said earlier, that technology certainly can play an important role in both preventive as well as primary care. However, a proper regulation is required around it, and at the same time, the limitations have to be identified and very clearly accepted right in the beginning. So acute care, procedural related care, all that cannot happen remotely. So the remote consultations, if they have to happen, then we have to find the most appropriate technology. As Professor Guleria was saying, that there aren't enough people in the rural communities who actually need this service, who may have a smartphone or may be comfortable using a smartphone. So because of those reasons, I think we have to find interfaces, and some of the examples are, the kiosk kind of arrangements in the primary health centers or any other delivery mechanism, the wellness centers which are being established. I think those could be linked through technology to the larger hospitals, and that may be a great way to expand into vast areas, rural areas, and more inaccessible areas. But the need is there even in the urban areas, which are not, people are not that well off. Those areas also require such support. And a lot of chronic disease management and triaging of patients, so that only those who really need to access a healthcare facility come to the hospital is an important element, so that we can utilize our infrastructure much better. That is one of the major usage of technology. But again, I will like to emphasize that the health ID is the one which is going to play an important role to make it a reality. Otherwise, as long as the system is not integrated and there are multiple ways, there will be a lot of wastages. People will go to one center, then they'll go to another center. So, and the information will not be carried. So the proper care will not happen. So it is very important that we focus in the first phase for creating this digital backbone which the government has proposed.
Thank you, Dr. Asutosh. Very rightly said, Health ID is going to be a major enabler. And our very recent experience during the pandemic, we have seen how technology has been used both for teleconsultation and delivery of medications to people. And, large population has used it for urgent care and chronic care. And I think That is how the entire industry is now in limelight, and it has a major role to play in the universal healthcare. Moving on, I would like to touch upon the telehealth, because there is one promising area, especially enabled by things like health ID and convenience to the consumer, to the patients. I would request Kaivan to address on what could be the role of public and private sectors to embrace the telehealth, and how to use this to address the supply and demand gap, and to promote the universal healthcare as such.
So, Dr. Shaw, I'll just add a couple of points to and this will answer your question, to also supplement what Dr. Raghuvanshi just spoke. I think the biggest role of technology, right, is really shaping healthy behavior. Like globally, there are studies which show that 40 to 50% of outcome improvement happens by shaping behavioral changes. And that is the root cause where technology, with its innovative advancements on products, communication, information, really has a significant role to really catalyze this part of behavioral change, right? I think that's point number one, right? And I think the second, and you touched upon patient, and Dr. Gulere also very nicely spoke about the patient being at the core of this. Now, traditionally, like technology, unless it's deliberately controlled in any, has really advanced the cause of democracy, right? By neutralizing information skew and providing power or consolidating the voice of individually powerless masses. And traditionally, we've had this, power imbalance or a equation skew between the providers and payers on one side and the public on the other side, right? And now we are seeing the emergence of this active consumer, right? A demanding patient, a demanding consumer, from being a docile in that lack of information age, right? So I think that's where technology has a real role to really consolidate the voice of patient. And I think this trend is very strong, where we are putting power in the hands of the patient, and right from the learnings of the Charak Samhita, Shushruta Samhita, where the patient to be treated right, with honesty, with dignity, and with care and humanity, is what's going to be the core of the delivery system. And I think technology will play a role in both these two things.
Thank you, Kaivan. I think, as you rightly said, technology is going to be a major player for ensuring universal healthcare, for improving compliance, in making sure that the power rests in the hands of the consumers. Friends, a good thing about the whole discussion was that we have a lot of solutions at hand, and there is a hope both in the industry and also on the regulator side to address this issue. And however big this problem seems to be, with the will and wish from both the sides, the solution is definitely possible, and we are all as a society working to gain the solution. So Madam Shubhra Kumar, if you have Shubhra Singh, if you have any parting remarks to make before I can invite Professor to put his closing remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Shah, and I would like to compliment and thank all the speakers. I think this India Pharma gives us all the opportunity to understand each other's positions a bit better, and this has been a churning of ideas and positions for the last 2-3 days. We've been doing that. The process goes on. The views are obviously well accepted that universal healthcare is much more than medicines per se. There needs to be a holistic view, and that the issues of health insurance and outcome-based pricing, technology-based, IT-based mapping of patient healthcare, all of these are important in the way that they have been put. And I'm sure the government is fully cognizant of these challenges. Please feel free to write to us if you think that there is some aspect that needs our particular attention. And I'm also hopeful that at the end of the India Pharma, FICCI will be putting together the recommendations which will help us to take these views forward during the coming months. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam. Final thoughts from Professor Sahai, please.
Thank you, Dr. Viranchi. So, Madam Chairperson and all the distinguished panelists, I just want to close with a couple of observations. One, we're drawing from the remarks of Kaivan Mudlawala, which is on behavioral change. To me, all actions in the marketplace ultimately are about achieving change of behavior, and from the different stakeholders, patients, doctors, nurses, pharmacists. You talked about, Madam Chairperson talked about the margins on the channel. And behavioral changes are understood by looking at the psychology underlying the behavior and then developing these small nudges. I'm using a hammer instead of a 2-ton press to achieve the behavioral change. The second part is that I'm really happy to have been part of such a conversation. I kind of got drawn into this last year when we did a small write-up on how closely industry and government had collaborated between March and June to maintain the production of pharmaceuticals when industry leaders were meeting every day at 10 o'clock. And there were different WhatsApp groups with messages going around the clock between industry and government in the same WhatsApp group. So I hope that that spirit of cooperation and being on the same side to achieve common objectives remains with us, so that we can truly not just be the pharmacy to the world, but also lead the world in every aspect of healthcare. Thank you so very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
I welcome Dr. V.K. Paul, the chair for the session. We'll be shortly joined. Secretary Madam has also joined. So welcome, ma'am, once again. Thank you so much for joining us. The session will be moderated by colleagues from EY, Mr. Sriram and Mr. Pramod. We also have presence of Dr. Y.K. Gupta and Dr. V.G. Sumani. Amongst the panelists, we've been joined by Mr. Satish Reddy, Mr. Prashant Tandon, Mr. V. Simpson, Mr. Subrata Bhattacharya, Dr. Balagopal Nair, Mr. Somil Modi, Mr. Anil Rena, and Mr. Rajesh Madan, and also Mr. Harish Jain. So with this, I hand it over to Sri Ram to take the discussions and the proceedings of the session forward. Look forward to very interesting discussions forward. Thank you so much.
Really look forward to this. It's an excellent panel, and I think we've got an excellent amount of representation, both from the government as well as from the private sector. And to us, this session, when we were conceptualizing the session, was all about looking into the future on what are the next frontiers that we should be looking at. Give you some perspective, and all of you would have been aware. Just last week on Thursday, the Honorable Minister released the FICCI EY report, which talked about the various areas of focus on how to get Indian pharma from where it is today at a $42 billion industry to $130 billion industry. And the key focus areas that we were discussing about that were how do we make sure that we have an innovation ecosystem which is enabled by a supportive regulatory and policy framework? How do we increase the overall awareness and the need for overall well-being and health globally and in India? And also look at what are the various new ways we can look at benefits of outcomes, evidence-based and pharmacoeconomics procurement models so that all stakeholders have incentives and are able to take the industry forward. And also, what are the global best practices use of the digital and technology provide affordable value added services sustainably? I mean, we all know that India is got a huge dose of poverty as well as unmet healthcare needs. How do we best use all the tools at our disposal to be able to get affordable healthcare in the hands of those that they need it the most? So I think these are some of the points that we want to talk about in terms of what are the themes that are going to come next from a prioritization for India and Indian pharma as a whole. And that's what I would be keenly listening to this August panel to talk about and express. But before we get there, I would love to get a quick overview from Ms. Aparna, who's Secretary Department of Pharmaceuticals, and also Dr. V.K. Paul from Niti Aayog, who have the chair for the session. And I would love for the chair to kind of talk about what is it that they'd like to hear more about and set the tone and for the agenda. Over to you, Ms. Aparna.
Thank you, Sriram, and a very warm welcome to all the panelists here. The chair for this session, Dr. V.K. Paul. I cannot think of anyone more suited to help us and guide us through this discussion because not only is Niti charged with thinking about the next frontiers, about the future, but he also has, I believe, very strong experience in some of the largest public health challenges that India faces. We also are, really happy that we have Dr. Somani and Dr. Gupta here. Both of them handle issues which will be very relevant for the pharmaceutical industry in its decision making regarding the direction in which they want to steer the industry and their individual companies. It would be good to hear them. I am extremely grateful for the presence of industry stalwarts here, led by Dr. Satish Reddy, whose opinion we will greatly benefit from during this discussion. And as I mentioned, it's good to get the inputs from technocrats who are in the thick of things. Sometimes in policy making, it is necessary to get that flavor of what is happening at the ground, and that would be extremely welcome today. There are three themes, and I would just say one sentence about each of these. On the first theme regarding prioritization, I do believe that what we are going to be looking at is the development of a personalized healthcare experience that is increasingly becoming necessary and expected. How does the pharma industry contribute to those developments in the healthcare industry. And particularly, there is this reference to rare diseases. I believe there are about 700 odd rare diseases in India. So we would like to have your inputs and your opinions on what role you see for pharmaceutical products and for behavioral changes and support ecosystem, providing an enabling environment for patients of rare diseases to be able to have a reasonably good quality of life. The second theme is on the overarching regulatory body. I will just say that this is a sector that is regulated for very obvious reasons, not only the individual rights to good health, but also a public good imperative that is served by the sector. And that is the reason why we have fairly strong regulation. But I do believe that that should not be a hindrance to creating a regulatory system that is predictable, innovative, simple to navigate, reasonably transparent, and responsive to the needs of both the industry as well as the healthcare providers and our ultimate end users, that are the patients. So this is the kind of regulatory system I feel is a doable and a goal towards which all of us can certainly work together. And our existing regulatory authorities who are present here can certainly provide their inputs. And finally, on digitalization, I must say that, as digital tools are becoming increasingly used, and there was an impetus during the last 1 year because of the risks associated with visits to hospitals and clinics and dispensaries. But increasingly, individuals also want to be more in control of their own health. And there are a large number of personal health tracking tools that have become available, are being used. This, coupled with the information overload that is available in the environment for every real or imaginary patient, creates a greater challenge for healthcare providers and pharmaceutical and medical product providers to be able to counter the plethora information available there with something that provides a basis for insight, trust, empathy with the patient. So healthcare service providers and pharmaceutical industry have to also be able to navigate this challenge. I do not see digitalization as an unadulterated benefit, but also a benefit only if we are able to address the associated risks and challenges. With that, I will hand over the floor to my senior, I call him a guru because he has such a wealth of wisdom and experience, Dr. V.K. Paul.
Thank you, ma'am. Distinguished colleagues, Madam Aparna-ji, friends, I'm here to learn because in the context of COVID-19, we have experienced the importance of this sector more than ever before. And there is a sense of achievement, but there is also a sense of expectations and a zeal to do more and zeal to do better. In that context, I visualize this particular session to look at three broad facets. The list is huge, the time is finite, but I really look at three areas that I hope will come through. When we're looking at an improved paradigm for regulation, then in the emerging context, first relates to how we can expedite without compromising quality the research to development to marketing approach for the systems. We have seen in COVID, we learned each one of these steps better. We also had public scrutiny of some of those steps and decisions. We also know that we were no different from the rest of the world. And the rest of the world also had lack of certain frameworks, so to say, to walk through the path of innovation and delivery in the context of this particular pandemic. So what is it that we have learned that we can set right for future without compromising the scientific principles and the quality of a regulatory, the rigor of our regulatory system? That's one. Secondly, I think the new frontier has to be opened up in terms of the rare diseases, orphan drugs, cell-based therapy, genetic materials, and so on. As you all know from the Niti Aayog, we have been engaged with you on discussions for cell-based therapies, genetic therapies, gene therapies, and so on. And we work together to approach the Indian Council of Medical Research for providing us the guidelines for treatment and research on some of these aspects. But I think there is a huge vacuum out there. Total picture is really not clear. We need to be more specific, more complete, more comprehensive in this paradigm. And conversely, we have to emerge as leaders in these areas. Absolutely. Yesterday, I was with a group, parents group, on spinal muscular atrophy, which is a devastating disease. The most severe form, the child hardly ever goes beyond 1 year. And then there are other forms which affect even those who reach the adulthood and the onset is late. There are 3 potential products, horribly unaffordable. The total money that is required is something to the tune of 500 crore rupees and 1 crore rupees. Why can't we develop them here? Why are they so costly? Why? I think our enterprise should rise to the occasion. The regulatory enterprise, science and technology enterprise, as well as the industry enterprise above all, must rise to the occasion. We have seen that over a period of 12 weeks, 96 new diagnostic kits could be produced by the Indians, and at least 2 of them were totally innovative, including the high-end CRISPR technology-based diagnostic kit. It is possible for us to come together to find solutions to these far-reaching entities and for the country and for the world. And the third focus is the novel delivery platforms. And here you are referring to e-pharmacy, which is an issue that's being discussed in different ways. I has been involved in bringing together the telemedicine guidelines from the Medical Council of India and now the National Medical Commission. We made progress in that regard. However, there are gaps. And then there are regulatory dimensions which obviously have not been covered by this particular regulation coming from one particular act, namely the Act of Parliament, and now of course it is NMC within the ethics guidelines of the Medical Council of India. So I think these are the 3 areas. I am looking forward to hearing it. These are fascinating dimensions of common concern to all of us. Over to you, Sriram.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Paul, and thank you, Mr. Barna, for the excellent guidance and from the chair on how to run the session. And let me start right away. I think from a time perspective, I want to be conscious. My only request to everyone, standard rules apply. Please keep your cell phones off. Please keep yourself on mute if you're not speaking. And obviously, let's try and keep the answers brief and to the point, not more than a couple of minutes, so that everybody gets a chance to speak and we're able to cover all the aspects of the topic at hand. So that's the standard request. Would really appreciate it if you could adhere to that. So let me start with in terms of the themes on the prioritization. And I think what I certainly want to do is maybe in terms of asking, what are the specific actions that can be taken to empower patients to take care of their health and improve the health outcomes? How do we kind of make this shift towards prevention and patient centricity, and specifics on what do we need to do from an OTC or on personalized medicine? Maybe Satish, I'd like you to kind of start off and maybe your own views as an organization. You've focused a lot on trying to see how we can go beyond just providing the pill. So what are your own experiences of what specific actions can be taken? Because patient centricity and patient empowerment is the path that we'd like to take forward.
Sure, certainly. Thank you, Sriram, and thank you very much also for inviting me to this really wonderful session. So especially when it comes to patient centricity, if you really take it as a theme, one of the things is, if I were to reflect back on pharmaceutical industry over the years, it's always been about medicines. So patients came later because it was all about, chasing the doctor's prescription, making the medicines, making it at affordable cost. And that's all we were worried about, right? So in the past. But if you see it from an overall healthcare point of view at this point of time, the switch was made by our company way before, because we started now looking at the needs of the patients and saying, so what can be done in the interest of the patient through the doctor's prescription. So in terms of, say, for example, some of the things which the company would do, especially in treatment of cancer, for example, it is not just the treatment of whatever was prescribed by the doctor, but there are a lot of other needs. There are a lot of side effects, as you know, which happens during a chemotherapy. So what other things are required? And also there's a lot of mental trauma. Anybody who has had a family member or relative go through this, you would see that there's a lot of trauma in terms of finding the right consultation, going through the whole therapy. There's a whole lot of things to be done. So if we look at it from the needs of the patient, there's only a finite amount of things a doctor can do. And this is where I think pharmaceutical companies have a lot of role to play in, because they understand the whole disease management part of it. One is through the medicines, and then also through innovations which they can provide, so that the medicines bundled with services can play a huge role in getting the patient, to recover faster and get back to their life in a much faster way than what is required. So that's one part of it. Another part of it is also a lot of ancillary needs, which I may put it that way, which the patient requires. So for example, there was a dialysis product, darbepoetin, which we had as a company, one of the first biosimilar that we made across the world. This also required additional services, for the patient, because it's not just about providing that medicine, but there were other things required, and also in the process assisting the doctor, right? So because doctors also are very, what do you call, busy people, if there's a way by which we can also assist them in terms of, providing the necessary counseling and also the material to the patient, that's where I think pharmaceutical companies also can play a role. And that's something we had bundled together as when it came to a product like darbepoetin. So if I say it from a patient-centric point of view, there's a role in which the pharmaceutical companies can play. From the patient's point of view also, like I think Madam Apana just talked about, there's an overload of information at this point of time. But the question is, it's also important that it has to be credible information. It also has to be, dealt with experts. It also has to be then sifted in a way by which the patient starts taking care of the issue themselves. He or she takes care of the issue themselves, which means, this whole thing is a process, and who can play the role in this? The role that the doctor plays, the role a pharmaceutical company can play in terms of the services, but more importantly, the patient himself or herself, what can they do to make sure that it's like they take the responsibility on themselves, and then how exactly can we offer that? So it's an amalgamation of the whole process, the system, in terms of looking at a patient centricity, and not just from one part of it. That's what I wanted to say.
Some excellent points, Satish. And I'd like to bring in Dr. YK Gupta, given the fact that he's part of the healthcare deliverer and provider, and pretty much the cutting edge of who meets the patients. What are your views, Dr. Gupta? Do you feel that there is enough of a push given to empowering patients, and how would you suggest we should go about it? Dr. Gupta, you might be on mute. Dr. YK Gupta, you might be on mute, sir.
Yeah. So sorry. Thank you very much. I would just put few points here. Number one, the points which have been neglected so far. One is during COVID time, I think we have put so much of attention on COVID, and we have got victory over it, I would say. The another pandemic which is like a trickling bomb is antimicrobial resistance. I think we have to put good effort now, concerted effort from industry, from practitioners, from media. So much of antibiotic has gone in during these days time, and antimicrobial resistance is a growing thing, and the drugs need to be developed for this, and money has to be invested by industry, and maybe by any funding agency, and interest has to be created in researchers to develop new antimicrobial agents, affordable cost and accessible to the people who need it. That's one. The second thing is in continuation to what Dr. Satish Reddy has said, empowering patient. I have just witnessed 2 days, two horrible things. The human immunoglobulin was required by one of the patient and was available at 17,000 rupees MRP if it is by insurance coverage, whereas in the market he is getting 8,000 rupees, and because of his known he is getting 7,000 rupees, and this is something horrible. And he was asked to buy 17,000 rupees insulin and human immunoglobulin forcefully, and that is something horrible. I think the industry has to take care of this, that their product is, the cost of their product is cutting costs, or is not getting reflected into the benefit of the patients. I think we have to look for this. The regulator, the ministry, industry, and the NGOs have to look for it. That's number 2. Number 3, the neglected disease. Professor Paul has mentioned about the rare disease. The neglected disease, I think we have to work for that. It is not that the drugs will come from somewhere. We have to work for with academic institutions, with the laboratories, and with participation from industry. The industry should be provided assurance of their product being padded with the risk sharing, or maybe because otherwise they will not invest into this. That's another important thing. One important thing which again I will mention about Dr. Satish Reddy is expanding that, and that's what I have started a program which is called as a KYP, Know Your Prescription. If you just see large number of patients across the country, whether it is outside All India Institute of Medical Sciences or primary health center in a village, they get a prescription which is can be read only by his chemist, not even by his girlfriend or boyfriend or wife. And this patient suffers from questions कि कैसे लें, कब खाएं, क्या करें, क्या interaction है, and nobody has time to tell him. Particularly in cancer, in diabetes, in such patients. And that's why we have started a program. Just take a photograph of this picture and send it to us. We will put this to some PharmD or doctor, and who will explain this, how to take it. Medication error. The death of medication error in US has been considered to be one of the largest cause. In India, we have never assessed this. How many patients die because of the medication error? How much hospitalization can be prevented? Unimaginable. And therefore, this is the thing where industry should also put effort as a corporate social responsibility also. Last thing I would say, several points, but I will just mention one point. Drug disposal. Every house, every hospital has the leftover drug which is they dispose of into their drain or just into the open, and this is perhaps leading to havoc. One of the important cause of antimicrobial resistance, other than irrational drug prescribing, is inappropriate drug disposal. I think some education, some guidelines, particularly in hospitals where this is a large amount of this is done, I think that is to be done. And my last thing would be that we have, I think, and the Secretary Pharma has created last time a committee on, and Dr. Satish Reddy and couple of other stalwarts were member, and I also chaired that committee of industry, academia, and regulator triangle. The time is here that the idea which can be generated in academic institution should be channelized by industry. They should not work in silos, and therefore the pharmaceutical graduates, even MD, MS graduates, when they study, they are well tuned to the national need rather than putting into their efforts and money into a project or into their effort which is a me too and serving no purpose, rather than channelize them for the purpose and the need which is required in the country and working in a synergistic manner. Over.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I think excellent points made there. And I think you touched upon one very important point, and both the chair, Dr. Paul, as well as you touched upon it, on the entire issue of rare diseases. And I discovered it yesterday. Yesterday was the day for rare and neglected diseases. So very interesting and very apt that we're having this conversation today. So Simpson, I'd love to kind of come to you in terms of understanding a little bit more on what's the best fitting model for India when it comes to increasing access to medicines for rare diseases. I mean, we all know the challenges in terms of 80% of the patient out of pocket being the situation in India, unlike in the West. So how does a country like India even go about tackling this kind of a problem? And I'm sure your experience will have a lot of ideas.
Yeah, I don't claim to have a solution, but I can definitely give some pointers as to where we can possibly. I think we need to look at it from an ecosystem point of view. I don't think so. One single individual, like the government or an industry, is going to solve this. This is going to be solved together. It is going to be in combination with the industry, with the government, as well as the patient groups coming together to solve this problem. Let me personally share as to what is the stand that we have taken. When it comes to rare diseases, one of the biggest problems is a very limited patient population. There's not much of an incentive to even invest in research and development. Very few companies are in the rare disease space. We definitely need to acknowledge that. And how do we actually incentivize industry to keep investing in rare diseases? That is one very important aspect. But having said that, in a market like India, where most of the thing is going to be out of pocket, we definitely need to have a solution where we look at something like a funding stack, where a part of the money is provided by the government. The industry needs to, at least at Roche, we have a differential pricing policy. We recently have decided to launch a product for SMA, which Dr. Paul is talking about. There are few other products which are available. None of them chose to launch it in India. We have decided to launch the product in India. The price is going to be something which is one of the lowest in the world. But having said that, it's still going to be expensive for the Indian population because of the out-of-pocket setting. So is there a way in which we can bring together various innovative mechanisms of pricing? I can suggest certain models. Let's say, for example, in Singapore, there is a rare disease fund where donations are encouraged in the rare diseases, and the government matches a contribution to support Singapore citizens. We have a lot of examples like that. Even in Scotland, we have the drug fund in England, which is specifically for cancer. We have these various models where multiple parts of the ecosystem needs to come into the picture. If I have to send that one point over here, I would say that strongly increase the concept of funding stack. There could be one particular segment funding one part. Can we have a layer on top of it, option of layering various other funds on top of it, either through CSR, either through private insurance, and so on. We have Ayushman Bharat, but we don't currently have a provision for the patients to put some of their funds into it, some other funding coming on top of it. These kind of modifications might be useful to address problems of affordability in rare diseases. I mean, I can go on and on this, but
yeah, thanks. No, excellent. I think, and good points made. Maybe I'd like to quickly bring in Dr. Anil Rena in terms of any points any points he wants to add to this. Mr. Rena?
Yeah, thank you, Sriram. I think there are few things that we need to understand when it comes to rare diseases. One is, of course, it's been mentioned regularly that because the number is small, these are rare diseases. But what we keep on hearing many a times, and it actually muddles up the narrative when it comes to rare diseases, is the number of patients that are actually eligible for treatment. And when we look at this number is actually pretty small. And just to give an example, we have a drug for mucopolysaccharidosis type 1. The number of patients on treatment for this drug globally is just around 1,500, even though the medicine has been available for over 18 years now. Secondly, the cost of treatment per patient, given the small number, is extremely high. On top of that, the diseases are chronic in nature, which essentially means that these are beyond the paying capacity of any individual. Thirdly, while the exact data is not available, only around 5% of the 7,000 odd rare diseases have an approved treatment. In India, the number is possibly in double digits. So while in the US or in Europe, the number could be 350 to 400, in India, it's possibly 10 to 15 overall in terms of the number of approved treatments. When we look at the access mechanism, it's been already mentioned about the different models which exist in different parts of the country, but essentially it's the government which takes care of these disorders in some way or the other, barring the US, where it's essentially the insurance sector that takes care of patients with such disorders. In India, given the fact that the insurance sector is still in its infancy, I don't think it'll be able to cover such a population given the costs involved. The costs range anywhere, as Dr. Paul had mentioned, 50 lakhs, 1 crore, 1.5 crores, extremely high costs, beyond the reach of any individual, whether in a developing country or a developed country as such. Given the complexities, I think we'll need to look at our own model and look at some of the practices that we've already started in our country. For example, when you look at hemophilia, there's a PIP model which is in place between the central government and the state government, in which the funding is shared equally. Or there's a ratio, 60-40 ratio, in which the funding is really taken care of for patients with hemophilia. Hemophilia is still a relatively less rare disease than many of the other diseases that we're talking about. In case of India, the model that we could look at is bring in a mix of what is happening in hemophilia. And also, we should have a mandatory CSR from the corporate sector, or there could be a cess which is levied. That is the way in which we can bring in some of the funding on a regular basis. And we start with a minimal fund. The pharmaceutical companies from their end can chip in with their own contributions through PPP arrangements with the respective state governments, given the fact that procurement typically happens at the state government level. This in itself should take care of the patients with rare diseases. That's our estimate, given the fact that we have been in the market for almost 12 years now. We do have a fairly good amount of understanding of the rare disease ecosystem in the country. In fact, we started the first CSR program in India at Sanofi Genzyme almost 21 years back, when we got the first patient on our therapy for Gaucher disease in 1999. At that time, we did not have a setup in the country, but we still went ahead and provided therapy free of cost to the patient. And in 2020, I'm very proud to share that we have at least done our share. We have almost 130 patients today on a charitable access program. And the patients, we have to see how, and you really have to see how well the patients are doing when they get these therapies. And I think we have to find a way of getting these therapies for these patients.
Sure.
That's all from my side, Sriram.
No, thanks, Mr. I think really, really helpful.
Can I come in?
Absolutely, Dr. Ba.
I think the discussion is very appropriate, but I think it is picking up on a very important dimension, but it's a different dimension that I would like to hear your suggestions about. You are telling us how ways and means can be found to make the products affordable. Fair enough. That is a common challenge. You know that Ministry of Health made a so-called policy, and then we went back. We simply did not own it up. Then going to the court, Supreme Court, I believe, or High Court, I suppose. Let me say three issues. Somebody is making these products somewhere. Why are we not making it in India? That's the first part. कहीं ना कहीं तो ये बन रहा है. टेक्नोलॉजी कहीं तो कहीं यूज हो रही है, चाहे यूनिवर्सिटी से निकली है, चाहे कहीं से निकली है. हम क्यों नहीं बना रहे? क्योंकि जब हम बनाएंगे तो दुनिया को हम आसान तो कर ही देंगे. ये तो पक्की बात है. अभी तो अफ्रीका पड़ा हुआ है, एशिया पड़ा हुआ है. So that is my first question. Why are we not venturing into this? I agree and I appreciate the philanthropic contribution being made by companies and using lottery system, using scoring system to identify these children. 20 children, 10 children every year. Not enough at all. That's the first part. Somebody is making it. Why are we not making it? The second point is children in other countries are receiving these through some mechanisms, but above all, because they are accessible and at least on purchasing power, whatever PPP, they are able to afford it. Why children in my country are not able to get it? लाइन में खड़ा होना पड़ता है, एजिटेशन करनी पड़ती है, कोर्ट में जाना पड़ता है, कैंडल लाइट जलानी पड़ती है. Why that connect is not there? And lastly, I believe we can do it. Why are we not coming forth how to do it? The band-aid that we are talking about, कि इतने पैसे कर दो, पीपीपी में कर दो, आधा दे दो, ये तो बैंड-एड है, इसको छोड़ दीजिए आज. ये चलता रहेगा. उसके लिए सिविल सोसाइटी सामने होनी चाहिए, पेशेंट ग्रुप्स होने चाहिए, गवर्नमेंट होनी चाहिए. We'll find a way, as much as we can find a way. But my point is that somebody somewhere is making these. We can make it cheaper. We can make it effective. We can make it for the world. I want us to think about that aspect. Thank you.
Dr. Paul, I think excellent points. And I guess it hits at the root of the NCE itself in terms of whether India can make a new chemical entity or an innovation-led pharma system. I mean, you're talking about rare diseases. We aren't even discovering drugs and launching drugs for the large diseases. I mean, our track record on that has been spotty at best. So I think there's an entire conversation around that entire innovation and R&D pipeline. So I don't know, Harish, I could see your finger up. Is there something you want to talk about?
Kiran ji told me कि हम इकट्ठे होके चलो 10 रेयर डिजीजेस के लिए काम करते हैं. क्या हम मिलके काम कर सकते हैं? 3 को कर सकते हैं, 2 को कर सकते हैं, एक प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करें, 130 को छोड़ दो. That effort is conspicuous by its absence. I want us to work on that. It is my also personal endeavor, by the way, because I'm a pediatrician. I have seen these children, in the laps of mothers and dying, most helpless situation. तो क्या इसके ऊपर हम काम कर सकते हैं? मैडम अपर्णा एंड आई एश्योर यू कि हम इसको लिए एक स्पेशल मिशन बनाएं. ठीक है, और दिल से भी और दिमाग से भी. धन्यवाद.
Satish, you want to just respond to that from the industry perspective?
Yeah, I was just going to respond to Dr. Paul's suggestion, right? So the first for his question was, why won't industry work on it, right? So there's one aspect of NCs, right? So NCs, it's a different game. So I don't want to venture into that, but I think his specific ask was, saying if it's available elsewhere, why doesn't industry look at it here at this point of time? So frankly, Dr. Paul, the issue is one of focus from our side, because it's a very competitive situation when it comes to generics in India, particularly in the way it happens, right? So this is not to take away our responsibility, because we are responsible for making sure that we make medicines accessible and affordable. That's our mission as an industry, and that's something we will not shirk away from here. But having said that, again, because of the cost of development, especially if it's a new product, or even if it's something that's to be made, and also the low volumes, industry alone itself to make it affordable will find it extremely difficult, sir, in the sense that, in terms of a priority, not that it can't do it. Capabilities, sir, absolutely, I think all of us are there in that. I think this, unless we take it in a mission mode where also the government is part of it, because unless the government is part of it in whatever be the form in which the government wants to participate to facilitate this, industry, I think, will definitely step forward in more like a pooled effort rather than individual effort. So I think Kiran's idea, what she suggested to you, is certainly workable, sir. I just wanted to reiterate from my point of view also.
काम करेंगे आप. We will work together. Let's find a way to work together. Let's look at what is needed, and also look at your potential to export and sell across the globe. वो भी तो है ना, वहां पे पैसे इकट्ठे करेंगे वहां से. ठीक है, इसको we have to crack it. Let's crack this.
Absolutely.
It's a very huge human tragedy, colossal tragedy.
I am keen on going to the next point. So Harish, I could see your finger up. Anything important right now to talk about in this topic, or can I just move forward?
Sriram, this is Anil here. Just to respond to one of the points raised by Dr. Paul, why it is not made in India. The reason, sir, is that the volumes are so low, and I mentioned to you about one particular disorder during my remarks about a disease called MPS1. in which we have 1,500 patients worldwide. In India, the patient number runs into double digits. And similarly, there's a drug for Pompe disease in which we have on treatment only 3,000 patients across the globe, despite the fact that the medicine is available for almost 15 years in almost 70 odd countries across the world, developing as well as developed worlds, the developed world. So those are the kind of numbers that we're talking about. Again, in India, the number is actually around 30 only on treatment, sir. So when we look at these kind of volumes, it's very difficult to have multiple manufacturing locations for these products, whether it's an Indian company or a multinational company. The plants are biotechnology plants. The cost of investment is huge in these plants. So manufacturing cost itself is pretty high in these products. It's not that the cost of product is high means that the company is actually making a lot of profit. The profitability in these products is actually lesser than the conventional pharmaceutical products. So that is the kind of scenario that we are really talking about over here. And of course, if there's a company in India that is willing to manufacture, let them manufacture the product in India. So if it helps the children in India, I would be the most happy person, because I'm at the end of the day, I'm an Indian. I would definitely want children in India to benefit. I have been in this space for the last 13 years. I have seen what happens to people who do not get access to medicine. How and in my own experience, I've seen children die in front of my own eyes. It's a very sad state of affairs in the country, and we should definitely work to find a solution which takes care of these children.
I think that's a very serious point, and I agree with you, Dr. Anna. I think all of us would want to make sure that we are focusing on making what's right for the patient. I have to move on to the next point, and I think this is all about regulatory pathwork and framework, which is also another hot topic in terms of how do we speed up bringing access to medicines. Dr. Somani, I'm actually itching to come to you, but what I thought we could do probably is get the industry to speak first and then have you summarize. That'll be far more efficient use of your thoughts. So I think maybe I'll start Mr. Modi first, Mr. Somil Modi. In terms of how would the establishment of a single overarching regulatory body with overall ownership of all regulatory functional responsibilities help the industry and the overall ecosystem going forward? I mean, what has your experience been, and what would you suggest we should do? And maybe I'll have after you Simpson and then Mr. Satish Reddy, so that we can then go back to Mr. Somani for his points, Dr. Somani for his points.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Sriram. I think in terms of an overarching body, yes, like the countries in the West and all, it would definitely be a welcome move. But even if we look at the way it's going in India today, I think over the last 12 to 18 months, even during COVID, it did not, slow down any approvals for companies when it comes to providing drug approvals or new drug approvals. Typically, you would see that for innovator companies, we tend to get to launch one product in 2 years or 3 years. But during COVID, we ourselves got 3 approvals and we launched 3 products. So from a CDSCO perspective, I think we've been getting approvals well on time. The whole idea of, having a subject expert committee and they giving their inputs around the whole bit, and then the approvals and stuff coming in is a very welcome move, which has happened over the last a few years. And very objectively, everything is looked at and then decisions provided. One or two suggestions that I would have is how do we even look at provision of data protection to support innovation, because at times what happens is the IP part is usually taken care by the IP affiliate board and we get our patents from there. At the same time, product approvals happen from the DCGI office. So there's no linkage, so to say, at this end. Of course, it's in discussion, and there are some earlier orders as well. So that's where a lot of MNCs would also have an issue where you would have a patent, but then again, that drug has been approved and the generics are already in the market. So something to regulate that would be a welcome move, I would say. If that happens from an innovator perspective, that's something we would definitely want to look at as we move ahead. And then one of the key things that also came up is, do we have a central procurement body for all the innovative drugs? Because that would really help in terms of access. While with Ayushman Bharat, I think we made long strides. I mean, 14 crore cards being issued and so many patients being treated. But now the important point here also that happens here is that how do we really provide that access, right? Because today when we talk of providing medicines to patients, it's not only about providing a medicine. Suppose we assume a scenario, you give the entire medication free, but still the framework is such that we may not be able to reach to every patient in India. And there are a lot of, I talk from an oncology perspective, there are a lot of hidden costs, like a patient is traveling from one place to the other, there's a cost of hospitalization, cost of stay. So there are a lot of targeted therapies that have come in, oral therapies that have come in. So is there a possibility that, all this oral targeted therapy, of course, they have to fit in within the cost or within the bracket of Ayushman Bharat, and companies also will have to take 3 steps forward. I mean, we can't be rigid saying that it's our innovation, we will not do it. We'll also have to take quite a few steps forward, look at innovative pricing and stuff, and how can we really make these products more accessible to a central procurement body. So I think that would be my point to your question. Thank you.
Thanks, Somal. Simpson, you want to just comment quickly in terms of your experiences on the regulatory side, and what is it that you would suggest?
Sure, Sriram. I think I'll just build on to what Samal already mentioned. I think we've seen a refreshing change from the CDSCO over the last couple of years. Fantastic support. I think truly patient friendly, and they are looking at accelerated approvals as well. Maybe they can continue the good work. I just want to compliment the department for the excellent work that they have done. We've seen a lot of progress which has happened from what was there in the past. Couple of suggestions as I can think of is specifically on products that are already approved globally, has a US FDA and European approval. Is there a way in which we can even accelerate from the current timelines? I know that there is a general thought process that we would insist on certain phase 3 trials also, because that would provide an exposure for an Indian patient, but enough and more data is already available globally. Can we look at maybe instead of phase 3, maybe a phase 4 commitment, which would further accelerate? I think the point was already discussed earlier in terms of how do we strengthen the IP as well, in terms of if there is a patented product, what is the kind of approvals that needs to be provided? And most importantly, I think it's also about, I think this point came up in the previous topic session as well, about outcomes. How is it that we can ensure that even if a product is getting approved and we have a generic manufacturer coming in, that we are able to monitor the outcomes for our patients? How do we strengthen the real world data mechanism subsequently and have that completely regulated? Because some of the things which I'm observing when compared to what I see globally is in terms of reporting of adverse events, in terms of what is the outcome of either survival, is it actually the use of the product is leading to the stated outcome which is there in the clinical trial? And how does this impact our Indian patients? Do we need to modify? I think this would be the logical way forward. And that way we can personalize our offerings specific to the Indian population. That I think would be the logical next step. And I mean, to summarize, accelerated approval, a little more tweaking in terms of outcome based, as well as how do we not completely replicate everything and recreate the wheel, but just build on whatever has been already established.
Thanks, Simpson. Satish?
Sure. So I think if we look at what happened during the pandemic, that itself gives quite a bit of answers in terms of what needs to get done. Because one of the things, like both Simpson and Samil have also mentioned the experiences which the industry had, in terms of getting approvals during this process. When the pandemic was going on, it's itself provides a lot of lessons in terms of what can be done. Because all of us are extremely happy with the regulatory authority, especially Somaniji, because it's like he's literally, I can say this, literally burning midnight oil to ensure that things are in place, because all of us know it's a pandemic. More than that, in this particular situation, if the regulator rises up to the occasion like he did, only then the patients across the country can benefit, and that's exactly what has happened. So that the things that I would like to add is probably three-pronged. It's more of a repetition, but just to focus the discussion, just to focus the points that we want to give as a feedback to the regulator. One is clearly timelines. If I start with the timelines, if you see the benchmark in, say, different countries, I mean, the reason is not to copy some other countries, but also evolved, regulatory systems in countries like the US or in Europe. If you look at the benchmark type of approvals, I think there are certain areas where India also can improve on those timelines. I mean, the details are all submissions which I have made to Somaniji. He's very familiar with the recommendations that we have made, and a lot of progress also has happened, but there's still more work to be done. That's one part would be on, say, the timelines. The second part would be on tracking systems. Right. So I think this is very key because industry also at this point of time, again, there's been a lot of changes, especially because of, digitization and various things which the department has taken up, where at least we know, that a submission is online and at least we are able to track. But then more in terms of tracking the outcomes, because Madam Apana started saying that, it's like when it comes to regulatory system, it needs to be predictable, it needs to be innovative, needs to be responsive. While on various count, it scores well, especially on this tracking systems. Because if you were to say what were the performance metrics of a regulatory body in the country, number of approvals given in a particular year, the time it took, and the process followed and all that, I think certain amount of metrics would actually bring a lot of transparency in the whole process. That also, if I talk about, say, checklists in terms of what can be done, because that adds more to the predictability. If any products, it's like which are not of the usual nature which a company applies, for example, what would be those steps by which and the checklist by which a company could go about it, which would make it more predictable. The third important point, in addition, I would say is also the capabilities within the regulatory system, right? Because you started off saying it's like, what's the overarching the regulatory authority. Even if you look at an overall authority, so that we don't have to go to various different ministries, to talk to all these things, and then we bring it under one. But the important thing is, the capabilities under each one of these has to be built up to move to the next stage, because innovation is the next stage for our industry, right? But do we say that, it's like currently, if you see, most of the phase one trials are being done even by companies like us, outside of India. And if I don't want to again get into specifics and reasons for that because everybody is familiar with it, but to actually say if we were to bring that back to India, what does it need, right? And it again goes back to the same thing about the predictability, the transparency, and also the more than anything else, the capability which is required, because India has not had this innovative culture. I think you use the word it's somewhat sketchy in terms of our track record when it came to new products. The thing is, we know that it's the area which will take industry to the next level. It will take the Indian pharmaceutical industry to the next level. At the same time, in the regulatory body also, if the necessary capability is also built up, it will go a long way, because it will give us more confidence, because when we go for approvals next time, we can be confident that we are talking to people, it's like who know the subject quite deeply. We also know that, there's an expertise, which comes into this area, so that, it's like there's no need for us to go for phase one outside. Why waste for a valuable foreign exchange? If it becomes more predictable, that's something which I think I actually see it as an opportunity for the Indian industry from the regulator side. These 3 points I want to make.
Thanks, Satish Simpson and Somil. Dr. Somani, over to you, sir. I think the stage is set.
Thank you. Very well points are said by our colleagues, Mr. Simpson and Modi ji and Satish Reddy ji, that we don't need to duplicate or what has been already done. That is called as a risk-based approach. So we have to build capabilities for the reliance on what has already been achieved, whether it is here or globally. That will reduce the compliance burden. Secondly, we should also learn to get more and more experience and innovative with regards to real world data and real world situation. Of course, that is the scenario in which we are working, where we in the real world situation see the not only the effectiveness of the product and whether there is any need to redo the things, finally, as you said, there has to be a complete product life cycle approach, and not only product life cycle approach, a disease and patient centric approach, where we measure the outcome by the health technology assessment, whether the product which is being whether it is a device or a drug which is being given. If one drug has to be given for the years together, and if one drug is needed only one dose to treat, and if it has a more cost, we need to take all those things into consideration. And that at the regulatory aspects, I'm telling you, we are working clearly to make the things transparent, not to duplicate the thing, make the things risk-based approach, where which audit, which product, which animal studies to repeat, which are not to repeat, which can be waived off. All these things which are very standardized models, we are very working very hard on that, so that you can get a predictable timeline. Otherwise, this approvals, there is a long way, though we have done a lot of transformation, but we want to be the best in the world. As there are various hurdles with regards to animal studies, and when the people have to go to phase one, the phase one facilities itself in our country, the so much of infrastructure is not there, so that people have to go outside. So all these things, when we see from the first point you said, patient centricity, what we have, just like our certain PLI schemes are there, we have identified which molecules are not there in the country. But have we identified that which are the diseases which have not been attended in our country? There has to be a list of the diseases that this has not been attended either by our country or by outside country. If it is, if you are getting the Jalajma at or 1 crore rupees a vial, and if we are not able to make it, or whether it is a couch syndrome, or whether it is a Pompe disease, or whether it is a simple diseases like our TB, malaria, what are the indications? Which are our priorities? And for that priorities, we need to develop our research capabilities in that direction. Then comes the question of whether it is a government model or PPP model or XYZ model. If you see the Cuba was a very small country. They took the challenge that they will create the biosimilars. We may call Fidel Castro and whatever you say, but when they took this challenge, they become the world leader. They are able to give the technologies to others. In comparison to other countries, where is the Cuba? So if we, in a prioritization, in NLM, what we attain, when we identify that majority public health needs, but where is the minority then? All these things we are talking are the minorities. So if just like the ASM and the APIs, which we are not having, we are making the list. If we make the list of the priorities of the diseases which are unattended by any therapeutic options or therapeutic intervention or healthcare intervention, what patient need, if we want to talk about patient centricity, he needs access to affordable quality healthcare services, which include healthcare products, which include healthcare professionals. Access means it should be nearby, it should be affordable, and it should be quality also. So with regards to these diseases and their outcome of these therapies, are we actually studying this through our health technology assessment? Then probably we will be able to, as a country, make a directions that where we are going and where we want to go. Either we want to remain permanently dependent, looking at industry, looking at the government looking at the industry, or we looking at the, so these are my preliminary thought. And as far as the regulatory overarching is concerned, with regards to new drugs approval, clinical trial, medical devices, whatever it is, we are going to see that it harmonizes with regards to quality and with regards to the speed, with regards to transparency at the global level, so that our products are not only believed, confidence of the patient in India and outside the India is extremely important. If we cannot build the confidence of the patient, which comes from the regulator, which comes from the industry, and which comes from the doctors, if all these three players are not, presently, if you go, simple thing is, if you want to patient centric, go and listen to them, what they are saying, what they say about the drugs, what they say about the doctors, what they say about the medical services, what they say, you will get the entire idea. So these are my preliminary thoughts, and we should build all our mechanism on this after doing the particular gap analysis of all these things. Thank you.
No, thank you, Dr. Soman. I think very insightful. If I might just add on one thing, which I think Dr. Satish also asked around from a new product, NCE development, etc. Are we thinking of like a nodal body which could help industry kind of get all the approvals quickly in one place? Because I've had many industry people, friends talk to me about state permissions versus central permissions versus different ministry permissions before they can get off the ground. So obviously bringing it together into one nodal body would certainly help accelerate it. Are we thinking about something like that?
Certainly, we are, first thing which we have taken as a R&D group, there are 3 groups which are formed. One was formed by Department of Pharma itself. One is formed by the Health Ministry with regards to getting these timelines, reduced with regards to the NCE developed, whether it is a in vitro testing, high throughput screening, animal testing, small animal testing, large animal testing, live modified organism. You have to go to CPCAC, you have to go to RCGM, you have to go to ICMR, all these things, how to bring together and who should own it. I, being a vested party, I cannot say that I can do it, I should do it. Usually in the world, the regulatory body takes the onus, and we are ready to take that onus, and we will be able to deliver that, and that will become a reality very soon. And we are making enabling provisions, enabling environment for that. Thank you very much.
No, that's excellent to hear. I think that's great news for the industry friends here. That's very good. What I would like to now move on to talk about, and I've got my colleague Pramod Sudhindra, who heads our digital in health and life sciences for us. The fact that the importance of digital and how we can use digital in a very different manner to empower patients, to take care of bringing products at a much lower cost, to be able to use and improve the quality of healthcare access and delivery. I think that's an excellent way of we have much more tools at our disposal today than we had a few years ago. So I would request my colleague Pramod to take on the next section around the whole area about digitization and digitalization and what should we be doing and talking about. Over to you, Pramod.
Thank you, Sriram, and good afternoon, everyone. I would probably take over from where Sriram left around the whole patient centricity, patient empowerment. Probably one of the key questions that we as a country, we can definitely ponder on and ask is how can we empower the patients to take care of their health using multiple different new technologies and digital tools that are getting created? And what kind of role can the government and industry play? I think that's probably a best place to get started, because a lot of the health tech companies, med tech companies have sort of come up in the last couple of months and in last few years. So Dr. Balgopal Nair, if I may request your thoughts first on where the government and industry can play and your thoughts on the whole patient empowerment.
So thank you very much, Pramod. And see, I would like to take a step back a little bit and talk about something that's also part of empowering patients, and really talk about the over-the-counter medication, and then related to how digital technology can help. Self-medication is a very common practice in India. It's been going on for many years, but I think the time is, and we are also a country burdened with, as we discussed, not only rare diseases, but a lot of non-communicable diseases, which is eating up a lot of our resources, both healthcare resources and other resources. So I think it is now the time probably has come to look at the OTC medicines and bringing about this whole concept. And I know that the subcommittee of the government is working on it. We as industry have had several meetings and provided our inputs. And I think it's an appropriate time to bring about these regulations and, improve the healthcare and well-being of people. So when I say that, I also say that very carefully, because I know that when we widen the access to OTC medications, it automatically releases a lot of time and government resources, which can be focused on areas that needs to be worked on more stringently and be monitored more stringently. And when I say this, there are lots of models that you can look around, and lots of successful models where for ailments which regulated, reinforced, OTC medicines can be useful to patients, to the problem of out-of-pocket healthcare costs and inadequate or suboptimal doctor-patient ratio, etc. So I think that's an area where is again empowering the patient. When you talk about OTC, we're talking about empowering the patients to take care of their health. And in that regard, how is digital going to help? Currently you see many of our patients depend on very unscientific or unreliable sources for treating common ailments, and we can't, by whatever we do, we can't stop that happening. I think where this whole regulation will help is then will help is about self-care, which transforms into patients taking his own decisions, but based on information, digital health tools that can help better self-care, better information going out to the patients, improve treatment adherence. Definitely a major problem for chronic health disease in India. And also the fact that we are putting out, we would be through these health tools, digital health tools, we'll be able to, overcome the whole, break the boundaries of reach, because we will really increase the reach with this digital health tools. We also can provide evidence-based information versus the anecdotal kind of information that goes out now. And this will help build patient awareness, rational use. So it addresses rational use of medicines, access to medicines, better decisions taken by patients. So I restricted my reply to how digital health can help patients in this segment of over-the-counter medication. I think it's time that we as a country looked at how can we, I know the government does a lot of work and industry's given a lot of input, how can we bring about legislation to this and how we can then build on it to really empower our patients in a much better way.
Absolutely. Very, very valuable thoughts, Dr. Nair. Dr. Vaike Gupta, if I can come to you next and get your thoughts in terms of continuing from where Mr. Nair left it, saying how do we take the digital trends for educating our patients for better self-care, and how does the whole regulatory aspects of the government engagement come there? Your thoughts on that, sir? Dr. Gupta, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
Yeah, you asked me about the regulatory aspect as well as you asked me about the self-medication. I would say comment on the first thing first. And I was involved and I have been involved in advising and assisting regulator for last several years, and I am really feel happy when your group, means industrialists, say that they are happy now because it has changed. But I am not really very happy. I am happy but not very happy. Why? We have to develop the regulatory science in India and see that what new things can be added to speed up and relevant things. And I will just give you an example. We introduced the compensation mechanism for clinical trial in India, and I chaired that committee. And I am proud of that. That was the first time in the world, and Stanford and the Oxford people came to India to understand that. That is the contribution which we did. We have to work for what can be the alternative animal models which can develop. We are unfortunately going abroad for doing dog studies, regulatory requirement, and we do not have sufficient. How much money, how much time you waste, but you never raise the voice. We are talking of alternative animal models. Let us develop the animal models to validate them and then include them into our regulatory system. So regulatory science. And I, with Satish Reddy, have asked the NIPERS to start regulatory science. And when we interviewed the faculty member for regulatory science, what they are, that I know what is the regulation in India. That's not the regulatory science. We want a regulatory science to develop new model, new method, new innovative mechanism. That's the regulatory science capacity building in regulatory science we must have in India. That's one thing. As far as I am very happy that Madam Aparna is here, very proactive, and this is what the NIPERS should take lead into that, and they are taking it. And NIPER Hyderabad is one of them. As far as the digital and the patient care is, I think now we go to 5-star hotel, any 2-star hotel, we have a menu on the QR, and then you put your mobile and then read it. Why can't we have the same thing on our packaging, internal or external packaging or primary packaging of the medicine on QR, and put this your mobile and then get the entire information of the drug? What are the possible drug interaction? What is the indication? What are the, so that medication error can be prevented. I have spoken to number of, and there is where the innovation is required. That is where the artificial intelligence, that is where the digitalization can play a role. We have been talking of the quality of medicine, but still this remains a challenge. We have talked about the barcoding, and still the barcoding does not have an acceptability. There's a court case, something like that. Can we have some mechanism by which the tracking can be so easy? Good for you. Otherwise, you are talking of a duplicate medicines, but you do not have the mechanism. Because it is not the concerted effort which you have done. One industry does it, other doesn't want to do it. So we have to do this quality check but without increasing the cost. And this quality check, digitalization can make a lot of difference. And also the cost differential with the chemists are charging, which the public is facing. You put some MRP, people are getting at 1/3 of the cost. Why? How? Where the money is going? And the last thing I would just say, patient-centric, is when we talk in discussion with the stakeholders in National List of Essential Medicine Stakeholder Consultation, the industry experts, my students, they say, sir, ये तो irrational combination है, ये sir, ये तो strength कोई use ही नहीं करता, इसको क्यों डाल रहे हैं इसमें? अरे भाई तो बनाते क्यों हो? So why don't you do some introspection, delete all those medicines which are irrational, delete all those strengths which are by mistake have been approved, and you thrive on that. So do some introspection, do self-correction. I think that is what is required now. Patient-centric.
Very, 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 very valid inputs, Mr. Gupta. And I think I'll just lead on to the next question basis that I think you said the whole composition, etc. The whole evidence-based drug procurement models, I think, are in rise in several other countries, and I'm seeing some of these coming up in India as well. I think, do you feel there's need for special health technology assessment or special bodies around that, or what models should India adopt to apply the best practices in health evidence-based drug accessibility? And if we were to do that, what kind of goals can be achieved? And probably, if I may request Subrata to sort of start his thoughts on this question. Mr. Subrata?
Thank you so much for having me here. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear, sir.
I'll quickly, in the interest of time, thank you. In the interest of time, I'll just try to take 2 minutes and close on 2 points. One is that I think in India we need to do 2 things very clearly. One is how the procurements are being done, and some sort of modeling and this evidence-based modeling is currently going on, but this is in a very scattered way. This happens in certain cases for certain drugs by certain departments, but there is not really a concerted effort, and I think that is something what is needed at this point. If you look at in international experiences, for example, what is happening in, for example, Washington State, they have put up a new procurement approach there, where they are looking at what is the true procurement cost of above drugs. And they look at the clinical equivalent therapies, which are clinically equivalent in efficacy and safety. And then they look at cost of procurement, what is the direct and indirect cost of that. In doing so, they are trying to optimize the current portfolio. So all of us have as a healthcare system, we have a portfolio of drugs. And we believe as a health economist that there is an opportunity that you can optimize these and can deliver even a better healthcare within the available resources. And then we can also apply the same principle for bringing new innovation to the market. So I think this is where it can be used as a sort of first thing. Second thing, where there is a bigger opportunity, I think, in front of India is payment by value, especially for chronic diseases or high-cost acute events. So and this is where we need to look for the diseases where the evidence is very strong, that we know that the reimbursement, making the right reimbursement decisions can lead to future savings or can have cost avoided. From a perspective of an economist, this is good because if you can save money somewhere, you can spend it somewhere, even within the same budget. So it just improves efficiency of your system. And we have to focus on the chronic diseases where we have a very medium or high cost of the illness with a very high prevalence. So that sort of shows a very high potential for savings. And the kind of products we look into that is high, where the potential for avoiding cost is high. The clinical outcomes can be measured more objectively, and the product costs are also sort of medium or in high zone. So I think these are the two areas where we can focus on in next few years. And this ties very up well with what Madam Secretary said at the start of the discussion with the prioritization, where she talked about personalized healthcare experiences. And I think if we can bring, if you look at the chronic diseases, if we can rationalize that, the healthcare delivery, and try to find out what's the optimum way of delivering the better outcome with the lower resources, I think that's where we need to take our country to. So I'll close with that. Thank you so much. Pramod, you might be on mute.
Sorry for that. Thanks for pointing that out. Mr. Somani, if I may request your thoughts very quickly on, the whole evidence-based drug procurement and, what kind of model should we be adopting as a country? I would really appreciate that.
See, as far as evidence-based drug procurement is concerned, it's a very important and very necessary idea and necessary component of a healthcare delivery system. And various countries, including sometimes WHO, has also adopted these models. As long as, and we will at certain point of time, we will also have to consider that instead of just looking at the L1s. So that is the one part. And the second part, what has been said, that the entire digital ecosystem and digital data generated retrospectively or which will be generated prospectively should drive it, along with the health technology assessment, which is being done by one wing of the government, which has recently started, where they look at the entire cost of starting from diagnostics till the long-term therapy. All these things needs to be considered holistically, so that there is a component of affordability in seen along with its numerator and denominator. So, of course, that is not very well designed my subject, but it is very important subject. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Somani. I think I'm conscious of the time as well. Sure, go ahead.
I think I support what Dr. Somani had said. The cost of the medicine, which is it's very important in India, looking into the demographic profile what we have in this country. The cost is exactly so we have to evolve a model where the cost is also taken care of. That is most important, rather than I would not say the digitization is not important, but then when you're looking at the patient-centric approach and the kind of market what we have, especially in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well as the villages, the cost has to be taken care of it. And the second point is how many people have the access to the digital technology in this country. I think we need to evolve a system where we have a gradual approach toward digital, as far as patients are concerned, a digital approach till we reach the 100% digital. And that's what I wanted to highlight that.
No, very, very valid point, Mr. Jain. Given the demographics of our country and the various different stratas, I think it's a very, very well point well made. I'll quickly move down to another part around digitization and one of the key tenets around the whole access, the whole key point around medicines and everything. In the last couple of quarters, I think 8 to 10 months, I think the whole e-pharmacy segment has grown by leaps and bounds. I think every one of us would have used it at one point or the other. it does bring up distinct advantages, and there are certain expectations and challenges. I'll probably go to Prashant next and check with him in terms of what are the regulatory frameworks that are probably in place or working better, which is not working and probably are required to ensure that, as the space grows, we can harness the channel and it complementing both the digital channel as well as the existing brick and mortar. Over to you, Prashant.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So see, for most of the, I think last year, it became fairly apparent that digital access to healthcare is an imperative. Places like China in 2012 came up with concepts like internet hospitals, where doctors were available digitally, medicines were available at home, etc., etc. And when the country went into lockdown, actually everything was delivered at home. In our country also, we started around 2015, a bunch of startups had come into the space. I think there's a very clear adoption from the consumer side. Just to give you an example, on our platform alone, annually around 160 million unique users come on the platform and consume a lot of information, reading about medicine, side effects, interaction, etc., because consumers are seeking information, they are seeking access, and they are seeking a platform they can trust to get that kind of an access. Then the next part was they started asking us, how do we get medicines delivered conveniently, etc. And that's when the e-pharmacy market actually started. Now, where is the regulatory regime today? So see, essentially, let me first explain the model very quickly. There's a digital platform, the consumer gives a prescription and says, I need ABCD medicines that are in the prescription. That prescription is forwarded to a physical pharmacy that is under the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, a physical location where a pharmacist will, based on the prescription, dispense it, and then the delivery happens to the doorstep. So the model is fairly straightforward in that sense. And however, the physical pharmacy operates under the Drugs and Cosmetics Act. The digital part operates under the IT Act. Then there is the entire concept of how marketplaces will work. And when the drug inspector comes knocking, that drug inspector doesn't understand IT Act and vice versa, and so on and so forth. Now, since 2015, when the first discussion started, we've had over 30 stakeholder consultations on e-pharmacy. In 2018 August, the Health Ministry came up with a draft notification on e-pharmacy. 2019 June or July, DTAB and DCC, both the expert bodies, the highest expert bodies for pharma, approved the draft notification. And since then, it's been in cold storage. So that's kind of where it is. When the country went into lockdown, there was a home ministry notification of what are the essential services permitted in the country during that phase. E-pharmacy was actually one of the essential services that were defined in that notification as a permitted activity. So, and just on 16th of January, the Prime Minister actually in one of his talks commended the role played by the e-pharmacy industry in the overall ecosystem and how this new wave of entrepreneurship has helped the ecosystem. However, the regulatory clarifications and clarity, which were a lot of work has happened over the last 5 years, it's still not moved forward, which is one thing that we are very keenly awaiting. And if you look at the rest of the world, I think it's why it's very important is because now everywhere in the world, e-pharmacy has become a big part of the health service delivery architecture of the country, whether it's China, US, Europe. It's very clearly the way the world is moving, and the digitization of the patient-oriented healthcare or creating a patient-centric model, it works on data, the digitization of that entire supply chain. And the more data there is to make healthcare more personalized, more preventative, more individualized, the better the companies would be and better those algorithms and models become. And the future when it comes with IoT, data coming from various devices, various different points, that cycle kind of, it's a self-reinforcing, strengthening cycle. And India now risks Either it's the phase of the world is, given our population, given our scale, we can easily be world leaders in digital healthcare. Either we will be that, or we'll be, there will be digital colonialists, and we will be kind of Googles and Facebooks of the world will own digital healthcare in India as well. So we are at a very important juncture where the lethargy in the regulatory ecosystem needs to change and actually take a decisive move towards an obvious future. It's not an ambiguous or whether it would be or not. So I think that's where we are, and we really stay optimistic. We keep working towards making sure that we are seeing good developments. Of course, the telemedicine guidelines were a game changer. They were landmark decisions, at least on, and of course, Dr. V.K. Paul's leadership, that's how it happened. I really think we need these building blocks because this encourages innovation and this encourages entrepreneurship. More startups have died in digital health than have come up. And that's not a good sign for a fledgling industry. So we need to encourage that. And I think the work is cut out for all of us as industry folks, as well as the regulators. But it has to be a collaborative effort. The risks are very well appreciated. Having said that, forward is the only way.
Thank you. Thanks, Prashant, on that. I think very, very valid points. Very, very critical area, key to the future of digital health in our country. I'm being conscious of time as well. Sriram, I'll pass it back to you for summarizing and then further closing by the esteemed chairs.
Yeah, thanks, Pramod. I think just in the interest of time, what I would request is I will hand it over to the chair, both Ms. Aparna as well as Dr. Paul, to look at what are their concluding remarks, and then I'll provide the vote of thanks at the end.
Thank you. I will have, Dr. Paul, being the senior in every which way, will give the last word. I will just contribute my thoughts on the discussion that I have just heard. Some of it was pretty esoteric, but I would like to make this one point when we tackle the next frontiers, or whether we are talking about digitalization or making the orphan drugs affordable for the patients of the rare disease, about which many of you have spoken very passionately, or we are talking about this unified regulatory or overarching regulatory body. I think it would be useful for us to it'll be useful for us to actually approach a kind of a roadmap rather than try to solve everything at one go. If we know where we want to reach, it will be good to have a roadmap and identify which are purely procedural, which requires change in the legislative framework, what requires navigating power structure, etc. That would probably be something which people can agree on, can take action in a coordinated fashion. For example, the overarching regulatory authority. We have CDSCO here, we have ICMR here, and as you know, they actually do work very closely, when there is a need to do that. And then also we have the NPPA under the DOP. What is probably required is a better coordination or a united face to the user, to the industry. The industry should not see the division among various bodies. The regulatory framework should appear to be seamless and a single entity to the industry. It may have several components because of various administrative, financial, and legislative reasons. If we are able to work toward that, we would be able to give a lot of satisfaction possibly and prevent approvals and processes falling between two stools, and also prevent this mine and your kind of a responsibility breakup. So that is one thing which I feel may be the one of the possible options on the way forward. Second, on digitization, so whether it is telemedicine, whether it is e-pharmacy, etc., I think there is a need to understand, and of course all of you do so, the Indian context, which is a little different from the framework that you have either in the US or in the other advanced economies like in the EU. And that is, we are not working in a situation where we have the kind of patient safety legislation or insurance related legislation, insurance related policies, or protection for the consumer as we have in some of these uh, jurisdictions. So we cannot look at issues relating to either e-pharmacy or telemedicine or even data security in a digital medicine space in isolation. When we design our system, instead of waiting for a Patient Safety Act and a robust consumer protection framework to come into place, we should be able to design our system for delivering or addressing the inevitable digitalization in pharmaceutical and healthcare services. As was just mentioned, it's not ambiguous, it is certain. We should be able to design something that takes into account these gaps or risks which obtain in our system and is well tailored to the consumer in India. I mean, I have elderly parents and they are very comfortable with a retail pharmacist, being telling them on the phone, okay, I will send the medicines across. They don't wait for the doctor to email the prescription to the retailer and the retailer send it here, and then there is a photo identification, there is a email trail. That's not happening in India all over the place, and probably that is what 1mg is trying to replicate in India, right? So we have to look at these patient specific and if I may venture to say so, the retail market in India, when we design something that will be future friendly, but at the same time comfortable for the end users and take into account our statutory, our legislative, our policy framework as it exists and the direction in which it is likely to go. So with these, I hope there were not too many words, but with these words, I'll hand over to my member of the Niti Aayog, Dr. Paul.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You have covered a couple of very important areas, so I will not repeat. I would only say we are willing to walk the talk of further deregulation of regulatory processes and also more synergy across the organization. My 2 points are the following. Firstly, I appreciate the point made that do we know which illnesses, what are the illnesses for which we don't have the choice of medicines, manufacturing of medicines in our country. It's a good way of looking at it. And yes, we should examine that because we are a superpower in pharma, and therefore our repertoire has to be very comprehensive, very wide, very deep. And this is an interesting way of looking at it, and we can then systematically develop capacities in those priorities which which currently are unaddressed. I think, would really appreciate if we can really take forward the idea of working on orphan drugs and rare disease treatments as a mission. Let's have a try. Let's collect together. Someday we have to think of something which is difficult. All the easy things have been done by all of us, including the pharma sector. So let's try to do these difficult things. Others are doing it. I know there are so many reasons not to do it. I heard a long list of those reasons why it cannot be done, should not be done, etc. But let's find reasons to do it, because if we do it, it is a very different level of achievement for the nation and a solution for children. Somebody is bringing these solutions to the fore. Can we not do it? And can we not then do it for Africa, South America, Asia, for everybody? That's the point I'm making. And here, of course, we respect and accept the fact that the government participation has to be there. There are ways and means of doing it. And you've seen in COVID-19 as well that we can make special efforts in this regard. So let's have a go at it. Let's all work in this direction, try to create an ecosystem, let's have discussion to start with. how to go about doing it. Can we do it for two conditions, for 2 drugs, 1 drug, 7 drugs? Let's make a beginning. We want to be on that map. And therefore, I would urge that that should be one of the outputs and an action area for us to work. There are many, but today this got flagged. And yesterday was indeed the Rare Diseases Day. And let this be our resolve. The second point is in regard to the digital health paradigm that you discussed briefly, although here I just want to make one very important point, is not to forget one basic principle of health and medicine as we understand today. And that is that health and medicine is ultimately a matter of trust between the physician and the patient. I would not like to see that paradigm of, let's say digital health or any other distortion, I would call, that kills this trust between the patient and the doctor. For a long time to come, the doctors will still be needed. And therefore, I want us to keep in mind that we believe the telemedicine guidelines were built on the rock foundation of the trust between doctor and patient. And that's why it asked certain questions about how to take a conversation between a doctor and patient to be taken forward. It had safeguards. Yes, in stepwise manner, we can build more liberal paradigm over it, keeping in mind that the relationship between the provider and the patient has to be respected. If we lose this, that I think will be a significant blow to the societal fabric. It's not just about treatment and wrong treatment, over treatment, but I think it'll have severe consequences for the societal fabric. We will be talking to a screen and not a doctor. Because when I'm looking at a conversation for a consultation, I don't know who's behind it. And I can assure you, let me relate something which I know for a fact, that at least in one place, when teleconsultations were being provided to COVID patients at home, on the other side, for potentially for 2,500 people, there was one doctor, a house surgeon, because you were making saving. There were not 150 people or even 30 people to have one-to-one deep interaction. So I don't know who's behind that screen. Please, would you keep that in mind? Because this will be a very serious matter. And I do see those tendencies that we do see the tendencies that seem to be undermining the expertise of medicine, as also hurting the fundamental fabric of trust between the doctor and the patient. So therefore, when you discuss this, please kindly involve the patient groups as well as the profession. I very often find that in these discussions of e-pharmacy and digital health, there are entrepreneurs only. There are no doctors, there are no specialists, and there are no patients. This should be taken care of. With these words, thank you very much. My deep and if you wish for that discourse to take place jointly by Pharma and Niti, we offer you our good offices. But please enlarge, because the digital part is going on its own. There are no doctors. Let me say something specific. On telemedicine guidelines, I got 20 representations that the following drugs should be made available as part of list A, B, C. I respect that. I didn't get one representation from a specialist groups to modify that list. You understood? डॉक्टर ने नहीं कहा कि ये लिस्ट छोटी है या बड़ी है या और होनी चाहिए. कहा तो छोटा एक आधे किसी ने कहा होगा. सिस्टमैटिकली कोई नहीं आया. लेकिन डिजिटल हेल्थ वाले लोग आके लंबे लंबे रिप्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे हैं, ये भी कर दो, ये भी कर दो. यहाँ एक डिस्कनेक्ट है. और ये भी याद रहे कि कोविड के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में करोड़ों कंसल्टेशंस हुई हैं, डॉक्टर्स ने भी करी, डॉक्टर ने ही करी, डॉक्टर पेशेंट ने करी हैं. उन्होंने आके ये नहीं कहा कि हमें कोई चीज लिमिट कर रही है इन गाइडलाइंस में. वेयर एज द कमर्शियल साइड, told us repeatedly ये भी रह गया, ये भी नहीं है, ये भी नहीं है. ये dialogue cohesive और complete होना चाहिए. ये पूरा dialogue नहीं. With these words, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share these views, and I hope we can take it together in the forward direction in the interest of the nation. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Paul, and thank you, Mr. Parna, to bring it back to the patient. I think that's where we all started this conversation, and it is excellent that we're ending on that point around it's all about the patient. I will call upon my friend Praveen from FICCI to please provide the vote of thanks for this also.
Thank you, Sriram. Thank you, Paul, sir, and thank you, Madam, for giving us this opportunity. And this was, since morning we have had some very fantastic sessions. We started with manufacturing, supply chain, R&D, innovation, healthcare delivery and market access, and of course the next frontier. So I think today we've had a very exhaustive list of sessions, and some very focus driven outcomes have been listed out by us. So what we'll do is we'll submit all the reports to you, ma'am, within this week itself, and so that those outcomes and inputs could be actually used as inputs to the policy document. So with this, I would like to thank Mr. Reddy, all our panelists here today afternoon with us. Thank you once again for joining us at India Pharma Conference 6th edition. We definitely look forward to working with each one of you. Before we submit it to DOP, we'll have it circulated amongst each one of you so that in case if we missed out something, you may please add to it. And then we'll, as a comprehensive document, we intend to submit it to the Government of India by this Friday. So thank you once again. Have a good evening. Tomorrow we have sessions on medical devices, again 4 sessions, one after the other. So thank you once again, Somani sir, and everybody here. Thank you, Vaike Gupta sir. Thank you. Thank you once again. Have a good evening. Bye-bye. Thank you, Sriram.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.